Okay, it's time to get started. I'm going to call this special meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Bob Weger and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Thank you, Mayor. Let's pray. Father, we stand before you this afternoon thanking you for the blessings of the day. And Lord, as we gather together once again, we come together for the purpose of discussing the matters before us. We ask for your insight, for your guidance and direction, Lord, that we would make the decisions that you would have that would be for the betterment of our citizens and our community. We thank you. Have your will and way as we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated, and thank you, Pastor. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Hooten. Here. Epps. Here. Brown. Present. Demery. Here. Hampton. Here. Weger. Yes. Williams. Present. Warren.
Business item, by the way, just so everybody knows, we're going to jump from 1 to 3, and we're going to get the executive session. I don't think it'll be long. We're going to get that out of the way before we come back and take up the budget discussion. Business item number 1, consider approving the record plat for the FISTA, a replat of all blocks 40, 41, 42, 43, 46, 47, 48, all of lots 1 through 16, the east 19.65 foot of lot 21, all of lots 22 through 32, block 49, all of lots 1 through 11, the east 10 foot of lot 12, the east 10 foot of lot 21, all of lots 22 to 32, block 62, all of lots 1 through 15, the east 13.9 foot of lot 16, the east 13.9 foot of lot 17, all of lots 18 through 32, block 63, all of block 64, and 65, including the vacated streets and alleys of the plat of the town site of Lawton, generally located between Southwest C Avenue and Southwest Ave Avenue, and between Southwest 1st Street and Southwest 6th Street, and waiving the application fee of $380 associated with the plat. Who's speaking? Cameron.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is a record plat presented to subdivide the existing parcel into 12 separate parcels for the mall property. The applicant is the FISTA organization. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions you may have about it, but it's been a lot of process to get this split up into the 12 pieces.
Okay, I
Chris
think
is here
everybody
as well
knows what it
answer
is.
any questions.
We do have one request to speak. Matina Davis, if you'll come up, please. And we've got your name and address, Ms. Davis.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to speak on the item 1 regarding the $380 waiver for FISTA. While $380 might seem small to this body, it represents a larger, deep-rooted failure in how our city leadership manage our money. The citizens of Lawton are currently struggling under the weight of increased water and sewer bills. These increases, in my opinion, were created by financial mismanagement. It is unacceptable to grant waivers to an organization that has already drained taxpayers' resources while paying a measly $100 a year in rent. FISTA should be paying for everything they need, including a market rate rent that could offset the burden currently placed on residents. We see the progress, a building with custom doors and exclusive access for the elites, while the average citizen is offering nothing but low-wage custodian and food handler positions. You used our money to build this, yet the progress isn't for us. I'm calling for an end to these waivers. It's time for FISTA to show us exactly what our taxpayer dollars have achieved for this entire community, not just a selective few. No more waivers. It's time for financial accountability from FISTA. So I'm asking that we do not waive the fee for FISTA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming. Council, do you have questions or debate or a motion?
Mayor and council, I make a motion to approve.
A motion and a second, discussion, please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Can I get a motion to go to executive session? A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Yes. Epps. Yes. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Test, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. 6, 7.
Can I have a motion to return? We do have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. We do have a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Yes. Epps. Yes. Brown. Yes. Demery. Yes. Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, we do have a quorum. And executive session item number 3, Jerry.
Pursuant to Section 307B.2 Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss negotiations with International Union of Police Associations, IUPA, Local 24, and the City of Lawton. Mr. Mayor, no action needed.
Okay, that brings up item 2. Consider the FY 2027 City of Lawton proposed operating preliminary budget and take appropriate action if necessary to include making amendments to the preliminary budget to be incorporated in the final budget that council considers. City Manager.
Mayor, I've got some introductory remarks here. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and citizens. Tonight, City staff will present the preliminary budget framework for fiscal year 2027. This budget is the product of numerous meetings, discussions, and collaboration both internally and with key community stakeholders and partners. This marks the first formal step in our budget process designed to reflect council priorities, fiscal realities, and our commitment to transparent, responsible stewardship of public resources. For the benefit of our new council members, the Oklahoma Municipal Budget Act requires that we formally present a budget to the governing body at least 30 days prior to the end of the fiscal year, which we are accomplishing today. We are also required to conduct a public hearing on the budget. We will have the public hearing at our next regular council meeting on the 26th of May and potentially ratify a budget at that meeting. The objective of this preliminary budget is to set a clear path for discussion, what we invest to keep neighborhoods safe and clean, how we address infrastructure and resilience, and how we sustain core services while laying the groundwork for a sustainable long-term plan. I want to emphasize that this is a preliminary budget and a starting point. The numbers and programs will be refined through subsequent reviews, council deliberations, and robust public input. Your feedback will shape the final package.
Okay, tell us a little bit, and maybe you said this while I was looking at something. What's the format you're going to use? Are you going to present department to department? And because I know at some point you're going to go into peer analysis.
The peer analysis will be at the end, Mayor. We're going to present the budget first.
Okay,
So the format will be revenues, then we're going to go over personnel, we'll go over operating expenses, and then we're going to go over the capital expenses. So we're going to start with revenues. So for our general funds, you can see the first column there is what we budgeted in fiscal year 26. The second column is what we project we will receive in fiscal year 26, which is the current fiscal year. And then the second to last column is what we're budgeting for in fiscal year 27. As you can see, for fiscal year 26, we are going to fall short in many of our revenues. I'll get into the whys in the later slides, but you can see the general funds are down 8.99% from last year to this year. Reason for that being is because we are going to fall short. We wanted to take a more conservative approach for next fiscal year. Enterprise funds is down 72.47%. Don't panic, I have an explanation for that. Capital improvement funds up 1.35%. Special revenue funds 79.44% up. Internal service funds down 5.47%, and then our other funds are down 2.76%. So here's our revenue history graph for you all. You can see the blue line, which is Lawton Water Authority. That's our utility revenue. It's been pretty steady since fiscal year 21. You will notice that the general fund, around the time that it dips, the other revenue goes up. And then when general fund goes up, other revenue dips. The reason for that is when we converted to our financial software, we were recording the CIP revenue straight to the CIP fund. Code says we have to put it in the general fund first, then transfer it, so that's the reason for that shift. So first we're going to talk about our general fund revenues. This is mostly sales tax. You can see here, like I said, we're going to fall short in most of these categories, so we definitely took a conservative approach next year. Taxes are down 4.3%, but you can see from fiscal year 26 to 27, we do project a slight increase. Fines and forfeitures down to 12.63%. Licenses and permits is down 23.25%. Parks and Recreation is down 87.09%. So when we passed the budget, we expected the Aquatic Center revenue to go to the general fund. Resolution was later passed earlier this fiscal year that diverts that to the special revenue fund. So that's the reason for the drop there. Grants is up quite a bit there. We did find out on Tuesday the grant we were expecting to get, we are not going to get. However, we are going to leave that money in there because there may be other grants that we get throughout the year, and then we wouldn't have to take a budget amendment back to council. Animal welfare revenue up 2.83%. Other revenues is down 50.86%. This is bank interest. Bank interest has decreased over the last couple of years. And then also our insurance proceeds. We received a lot of insurance proceeds from the June 23 hailstorm this fiscal year. I believe we've collected all that money at this point and do not expect to have any for next year. So notable increases and decreases to our general fund revenues. Cities, and now this is comparing fiscal year 25, fiscal year 26, and fiscal year 27. City sales tax from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 27 is up 1.6 million. Franchise and ordinance tax is up 363,000. Use tax is up 648,000. Federal grants is down 1.5 million. Again, we received a FEMA grant for the June 23 hailstorm, so that's the reason for that decrease. Earned interest is down 1.8 million. You'll see there we were projecting that we were going to get 2.7 million. With the bank interest dropping like it did, we're only going to collect about 989,000. And so for this fiscal year, we're budgeting 900,000. The 2.125% sales tax, that's the CIP sales tax.
You can see in fiscal year '25, we only have 1 month worth of CIP sales tax in the budget. The next year, we followed code and put it all in the general fund budget before we transferred, so that's the reason for the big increase there. Insurance proceeds, I already spoke about. And then police fines and bonds, down $185,000. Also, at any point, if you have questions, feel free to interrupt me. So we're going to move on to our Lawton Water Authority fund revenues. Water revenue from last budget to this budget is up 14.17%. Sewer revenues up 0.45%. Refuse is down 5.27%, and we'll get into that in the next slide. And then our other revenue is down 97.69%. So last year, we budgeted our loan proceeds, Rusty and the OWRB loans are in the Lawton Water Authority, excuse me. We were budgeting the loan proceeds as a revenue. It actually hits the books. It hits a liability account. So that's how we budgeted it for this year. So it's not going to hit a revenue, it's going to hit the liability. It does the same thing to the fund, essentially. So notable increases to the Lawton Water Authority fund revenues. You can see water revenues are up $3.4 million, and this is including the rate increase that was passed on Tuesday. Sewer service charge is up $1.7 million. Garbage disposal fees, this is the landfill fees, they are down $568,000. The reason for this is we've been catching up on the landfill billing over the last couple years, so we had a couple high years there, and we are finally to a point where we are consistent with that, and so we're getting back to our normal amounts. Debt service is down $713,000. This is interest from our loans. Earned interest restricted is down $724,000. This is bank interest. And then other sewer revenue is down $740,000. And this relates to a surcharge for the industrial pretreatment customers that are over the limit for the sewer discharge. So that if they are not over the limit, then we do not charge them the surcharge. And that is what has happened this year. So then our other revenues. In our other general funds, we have stormwater management. It's down 10.14%. They received a grant this fiscal year for the I Avenue buyout for the flood zone, and they will not be getting more grant money for that next year. Emergency reserve is down 16.57%. This is purely because of bank interest decreasing. Special revenue is up 1.78%. The enterprise fund is down 7.68%. Again, this is bank interest. Sewer rehab is up 30.27%. Landfill financial assurance is down 97.5%. Both of these are because of bank interest as well. Sewer rehab is only going up because they have a higher cash balance. Yes. Sure.
I'm sorry, I had a question on the previous slide. Mm-hmm. The garbage disposal fees.
Yes.
Is that part of the bulk pickup or?
So that's landfill fees. It's a combination of both. Well, the bulk pickup is free, is it not? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Go one slide forward, please.
Mm-hmm.
What does special revenue consist of?
So special revenue, that's going to be a donation. If someone makes a donation to police or fire, that's going to go in there. Animal welfare, the code regulates that some of their money has to go to a special revenue fund, and it can only be used for education, building improvements, things like that. Anything that has a specific purpose that cannot be used for general fund needs to go in a special revenue fund so we can track it. Any other questions? Yeah.
I know the bulk pickup is free for the citizens, but how is the city paying for it?
What, I'm sorry, what do you mean?
I know the citizens doesn't have to pay for the bulk pickup because it's once a month for them, but some kind of way it's being paid for.
So these slides are just revenue.
These slides are just revenue. So because we don't collect funds for bulk pickup, they are not, the cost to provide the bulk service is not included in this. So because we don't collect revenues, that's why it's not included in this.
Basically, we're on revenue right now, and the costs we're going to get into in a moment. Okay. By the way, council, as you have questions, you know, only one of you can talk at once, so push the button and start talking, because I'm paying attention to what's being said and not looking, okay? Thank you.
Okay. So moving on to other revenues, rolling stock is down 100%. This is contingent upon if we auction off any items that were paid for with rolling stock funds. We don't anticipate it, but it may happen. So this may end up, we may actually get some money here. Streets and roadway geo bond.
Can you explain that again on rolling stock?
Yes. So if we auction off a vehicle that was purchased with rolling stock funds, the money goes back to the rolling stock.
I understand. Thank you. This is not associated with the rolling stock fee.
No.
Thank you.
Streets and roadway geo bond is up 81.88%. The geo bond we expect to go out for this fall is going to be 8.1 million, so that's the reason for that increase. Capital improvement projects, this is another special revenue fund for capital improvement projects. This is where the landfill gate fee goes, D&Ds, and fire cost recovery. It's up 7.68%. 2005 ad valorem, we do have some money left from there. It's down 14.45% because of bank interest. Same with 2012 capital improvement, down 19.93%, and that's just bank interest. The 2019 capital improvement is down 63.8%. We were also budgeting loan proceeds as a revenue instead of a liability in this account, so we have fixed that. And then bank interest as well is affecting our CIP. Moving on to the other special revenue funds, CDBG fund is up 13.63%. Grant fund is down 25.53%. Lot and Parking Authority, there's no change. Mass Transit Authority is up 434%. So they are going to purchase those Gillig buses. And when we receive the buses, we're going to do a drawdown on that grant. And so that's the grant proceeds there. We're anticipating doing that next year, hopefully. Hotel Motels just down 0.71%. Cemetery Care Fund is up 108%. This one's pretty volatile. We kind of try to go with an average. You can see we budgeted $17,000 this year. We're expecting to receive $29,000. So then we bumped it up a little bit for next year. Narcotics forfeiture, this is another one that's pretty volatile. We're anticipating, as you can see, we only thought we'd get $19,000. We're going to receive $139,000. So we have $50,000 budgeted for next year. E911 is down 11.56%. This is the county's portion of the E911 budget. Since E911's budget is down, that also means the county's portion of the funding will be down. Cellular phone system, this is the charge on everyone's cell phone that goes to E911. It's up 2.6%. And then the TIF fund is up 13.31%. This is the sales and use tax that we collect in the TIF district, and then we turn around and give it to LEDA. Moving on to our internal service funds, health insurance is up 9.86%, and then no change to workers' comp. And then in our other funds, debt service prior to 1972, this is the ad valorem money that we receive. It's up 10.61%. LIDA is down 78.14%. Again, we were budgeting loan proceeds as revenue instead of a liability. Municipal trust court is down 24.59%, and that is strictly because of bank interest. General fixed assets, we had been budgeting that we were going to sell an asset for more than what it was worth. We generally don't do that. We use the asset until it is no longer able to be used. So we're no longer going to budget for a capital gain there. Fringe benefits, this is our flex benefits program that we offer to the employees. We had a significant increase in participation this year, so we're budgeting an increase of 38.82%. And then the general employee retirement is down 16.6%, and this all depends on investments and how they're doing. Any other questions on revenue before I move on to personnel?
Yes,
Okay.
but I need you to go back to page 1.
Okay. This one.
So you're telling me that we budgeted 130, but we only collected 118, or we're expecting to only collect 118?
Correct.
And does the next slide show us where that is? Because it's a little confusing, the bar chart. Or the line
So
chart. The
insurance.
line chart.
Yes, so insurance proceeds is a big part of that. Police fines and bonds was another one that was substantially down. Those were the two that were substantially down. Well, and earned interest and grants as well.
Okay, so to me, the important thing is the sales tax. Why does that say 25 actuals? 26?
Fiscal year 25. So
You're
we're
just showing us 3-year trend?
Yes.
In 25, it was 26 plus. 26, you're obviously close to the end of the year, your projection's better. We get it 28 plus, and 27 about the same. So sales tax was up a tick. Now, go and show me where enterprise fund is. And I want to see that track record on water revenues and everything. Okay, give me just a minute.
Sure.
Okay. Now go to the page that had parks revenue. So I'm a little confused here because where's the revenue from the water park? Because I'm telling everybody that it brings in the money to pay for its operations. And I need to make sure I'm not lying to them.
We're not projecting that it will.
You what?
We are not projecting that it will. It
Well, I
cost
thought
about
that's
one-
how we decided to raise the fees, was to make sure we had the money to pay. No? Who wants to talk to that? Are we expecting deficit operation at the water park?
Well, Mr. Mayor, when that initially came to council, it was for that, but it goes into a special fund, and those funds will be used to maintain the current facility.
Okay. Let me try to restate my question. Is the projected income from entry fees enough to pay for the operations of the water park?
I can't answer that right now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so that wasn't part of the calculation when the fee to charge was presented to the fee committee?
It was, but those funds, we were then told those funds go into a special account to maintain the facility.
I'm not sure the answer I'm getting. I don't care if they go into a special fund. My point is, I've told everybody that the revenues that come in the front gate are going to pay for the operations, and that the water park is not going to be subsidized by the general budget. Have I been lying to people?
Do you not have in your special accounts listing from revenue from the parks?
I do, yes.
Well, then let's show that to the mayor. That might help.
Okay.
Because what you're showing here in general funds is you've moved it out of general funds.
Correct.
Put it in special revenue. So it should show a plus up on there, and then hopefully that will help answer your question and mine.
The reason I say I can't answer that, Mr. Mayor, is because I don't know when we can access those special funds. I have to look at the actual resolution for those special funds.
So you can see there on special revenue, we're projecting 2.1 million, next year 2.8 million. So the aquatic center is going to be part of that increase.
We don't have the answer I'm looking for today, but maybe we can have that for me, because I want to know if the water park is bringing in enough money to pay for its operations, or if it's being subsidized by the general budget, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Council, questions? Mr. Warren?
I just wanted to add to that. I mean, and I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but everything that we do that brings in revenue, we need to have that same answer for. We need to know if, I'm going to use gate fees at the, and it's not going to, but do gate fees at the landfill pay for the operations of the gate? And I know that's a bad example because it doesn't, but everything that we expend money on, we need to know the cost of that whole project plus what it brings in. We need to know those numbers.
So an example would be building permits.
Correct.
The building permit needs to needs to cover the cost of delivering the service.
Exactly.
I think we're ready to move on. Now, council, if you've got any questions, speak up. Mr. Hooton, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. So the revenue from the water park, we'll keep using that one, okay? You know, is largely within this section that you're showing right here, right, that you did show anyway. That's it. That's that plus the whatever the residual left back in the other revenue line. That's the total revenues you expect from that. Is that correct?
The aquatic center?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So the monies are there, it's just in two different accounts.
Right,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, the resolution got passed after the aquatic center opened last fall. So some of the money stayed in the general fund, and then anything collected going
Okay.
forward went to special.
So at least projection-wise, the monies are there.
Yes. Yes.
From a projection standpoint?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to personnel. This graph here just shows a history of the expenses that we've paid for personnel over the last few years. You can see all of them have increased slightly, general fund more than others. General fund accounts for 72% of all employees. The enterprise fund accounts for 17% of all employees, and then the other funds account for 11% of all employees. And the other funds include E911, sewer rehab, IT, stormwater, and our CDBG home divisions. So now the expenses overview. The general fund is up 4.61% from fiscal year 26 budget to fiscal year 27 budget. Stormwater's up 12.16%. They do have someone that is going to be going on terminal leave. He has quite a bit of leave, and what we tried to do is go ahead and budget so they can hire a new person while that person is still on terminal leave. So you're essentially paying for two people while that terminal leave is happening. E911 cellular fee fund is up 2.7% from last year's budget. CDBG is up 7.41% from last year's budget. Enterprise fund is up 3.22% from last year's budget. Sewer rehab is up 9.8%. IT is up 7.26%. The health fund, this is the wellness incentive, it's down 100%. We will probably end up moving some money into there at some point. And then the general employee retirement, this is down 2.44%. You can see there we budgeted 8.2 million. We're only going to spend 6.7 million. So we plugged in 8 million for next year for them. So our total personnel expenses are up 3.85%. So personnel expenses by account, salary and wages is up 5.65%. Differential and standby pay is up 22.54%. Sick leave pay in lieu is up 5.12%. Contract labor is up 1.67%. Part-time is down 2.17%. Overtime is down 38.88%. Holiday pay is up 9.7%. Terminal leave is up 18.11%. We try to budget for this. We don't always get the information we need. As you can see, we only budgeted 146 this year and ended up spending 263,000, but we did get more feedback this year. Unemployment is down 29.44%. We had a high year several years back, so I've always kind of kept it on the high side, but we haven't had a high year in quite some time, so we did lower it some. FICA is up 4.76%. Medicare is up 2.89%. Workers' compensation is up 25.97%. So the reason for this is we have our own risk permit through the Workers' Compensation Commission. We are unable to afford workers' comp insurance. The premiums are astronomical. And the surety that we have to say that we have budgeted depends on how much we've spent in prior years. So while our claims have not increased, our types of claims have. And so we had to increase our workers' compensation budget to meet this. Group life and health is up 2.31%. Oh, sure.
Yeah, could you go back on that workers' comp? I think I missed a point. I believe you said we self-insure. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are we not part of a consortium from the state on that, or is there one?
Is Candy here? No, sorry.
Is there one? It's okay. There is or is not a state?
Yes. Can you hear me? Okay. No, sir, I'm not aware that there is, so we are not.
Okay, I was just curious.
Okay.
I understand that's very expensive insurance. Thank you.
Okay. City pension down 0.88%. Police pension up 7.88%. Fire pensions up 19.84%. Longevities up 9.97%. Uniform maintenance down 4.42%. Education incentive down 0.68%. And then the wellness incentive down 100%. And that gives us our 3.85% increase from last year's budget to this year's budget for personnel. So the notable increases and decreases, fire operations salary and wages from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 27 is up 2.1 million. General retirees is up 1.4 million. Police uniform salaries and wages is up 1.2 million. The aquatics contract labor, this is for their lifeguards and the other personnel that work there. Obviously, they didn't have this in fiscal year 25. It's up 534,000. Community enrichment admin services is up 263,000. Police headquarters salaries and wages is also up 263,000. Solid waste salary and wages is up 233,000. And then police CID, our criminal investigation division, their overtime is down 173,000. Fire operations overtime is down 416,000. And then police uniform overtime is down 801,000. So personnel additions, deletions, and reclasses from last year to this year. The city clerk reclassed their city council relations liaison. That is now a higher pay grade. That cost the city $1,086. The city clerk LEDA support specialist is a lower pay grade, and that saved the city a bit of money. We deleted the communications and marketing multimedia specialist. Animal welfare director was reclassed. The kennel assistant part-time was deleted. Arts and Humanities Director was reclassed, as well as the Auditorium Administrator. The Community Events and Outreach Coordinator was reclassed from full-time to part-time. And then the Technical Coordinator for Arts and Humanities was reclassed from part-time to full-time. Finance Contract Administrator was reclassed to a higher pay grade, and the Print Shop Coordinator was deleted. For the library, we deleted a library admin assistant part-time position. Community Enrichment Admin Services reclassed one position to a deputy director and hired an additional deputy director. Recreation deleted a recreation aide that was part-time. Our building division deleted a building inspector position. Neighborhood Services cut 3 code enforcement officers. Streets cut 2 equipment operators. Electronic maintenance added a traffic signal apprentice. Solid Waste cut a sanitation operator. Solid Waste reclassed a container maintenance worker, and then they cut a sanitation worker.
I'm a little concerned about seeing a decline of 3 code enforcement officers. Last year, we did not do an exemplary job keeping everybody's grass properly cut, not that we cut it. How are we going to be able to up the game? And I've been promised we're going to, and I believe we're going to, and we got a good group of people, but how are we going to be able to do that with 3 less code enforcement officers?
Mayor, Larry's going to explain, but we've made a significant investment in internal mowers. We purchased some 360 mowers.
Correct.
Go ahead, Larry.
And we've done other things too. We kind of changed up how we do each ward. We're already operating like that now because we had 2 resignations and we had an additional 1 move away to help a family member in distress. So we've already done that. We're using more equipment and reducing the time that it takes to provide service in abatement, sir. So we can do it.
I love that. Better equipment. I love it. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I'm through. Yes, go ahead.
I have and maybe it's for you, John. I've received a lot of concerns about the timeliness of our building inspectors from both contractors and from some of my constituents. And I see that you have 1 down as a deletion.
Councilman Epps, I think a lot of the issue has been a lack of technology use by some of our building inspectors. For example, our building inspectors will conduct an inspection, go out to a property, come back to the office, and then the contractor will fix the problem, and the building inspector will have to go all the way back out, come back, and so there's a lot of time lost in transit. And so one thing that we've done to fix that inefficiency is we're requiring all of the building inspectors to have smartphones. So instead of driving all the way back out to a property, maybe they get a picture and they can analyze that and determine whether or not that satisfies the deficiency. So we're looking at making technological changes that will improve efficiency, and we don't feel like we necessarily need that position to make things better.
To kind of encapsulate, it's training to be more efficient. We have the equipment. It's training to be more efficient, sir. Sure.
Yeah, so right now, we've gone completely digital with our permits and inspections and stuff, so all they have to do is get on the iPad, and we actually recently worked with IT to actually get text messaging capabilities on the iPad through the GoTo app. So if they need to send pictures or anything like that, they can just send them straight to the inspector on the iPad.
Okay.
Did you all look at any quantifying data to show that it's not just a zero-sum game? In other words, there's a deletion. We've applied technology, but we still haven't technically improved. You understand what I'm saying, or what I'm asking?
I don't, you want to answer that?
Sir, Mr. Epps, I believe what you're asking for, sir, is an assessment of what is going on. It's going to take us a little time to do that. We're right at probably 28 to 35 days right now into this, but we can provide that data.
Thank you.
And so you believe at this time that these changes you made will allow you to have even better service?
Correct. Yes,
With
sir.
1 less individual?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Brown.
So, Mr. Parks, have you built a process map on this process that you've changed?
We did 2 maps, okay? The initial one we did grouped the time that it took to get from one place to another. And the turnaround time, as the city manager said, okay? Right now, it's very preliminary, sir. That's why I really.
Okay, and then
But yes.
So the answer is, you've got one for the transport part, but not for the process part?
Not for the process part, yeah.
Okay. The next question I got is, if you have the contractor send you a picture or FaceTime or something, how does the approval paperwork get back to that contractor?
Charlotte, that's very technical. But long story short, that is uploaded into the Blue.
Digitally, it's scanned and emailed.
Uploaded into the Blue.
Okay, the only reason I ask is every time I replace a furnace or AC unit, I get a nice yellow little sticker slapped on it.
Yes, and we would still send an inspector out to place that sticker, but it is noted in the system that it is a pass, or if it's a fail, what the reasons
So
are
you're
for the
eliminating
failing.
one of 3 trips?
Yes.
Initial inspection, follow-up, and final inspection. So you're eliminating by technology the middle.
Yes, we have several that will do a partial pass on because they have just a few things that they need to fix, and we'll say, hey, send us some pictures, and then they'll send pictures, and then, we're, okay, yep, that's good, and they'll go out and put that final on.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hampton.
I just want to make note that I worked with Sheriff's Department and on some of that, and they used some technology, gave us a partial, we sent the pictures in. Very efficient, very clean, and everybody at the business was very happy. So I think that as far as my experience is working pretty good.
Yes, ma'am.
I just like to commend the code enforcement officers. I got several phone calls this week as far as in the Lawton View area. They said it's just how well it's looking as far as even when they're mowing the grass, whoever's doing that, they're not leaving that grass in the in the street anymore, because I had gotten complaints about it. But thank you so much. The Lawton View area is looking a whole lot better, so whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
Very good. I love it. Okay, we're ready.
All right, the wastewater treatment plant eliminated 1 wastewater treatment plant operator 1, police uniform 3 police officer sergeants, police uniform added and auto maintenance technician. This is not a uniformed officer, this is a regular civilian position. Police technical services eliminated a captain position, and they reclassed a facility manager. This is a higher pay grade than what it was previously. Fire operations, they reclassed a staff assistant chief, 6 battalion chiefs, 3 fire lieutenants, 3 fire drivers, and they eliminated 1 firefighter to make all that happen. Fire prevention, they reclassed a fire marshal, a deputy fire marshal / captain, assistant fire marshal, and then 3 assistant fire marshals that are on shift. And then fire training reclassed a training officer and a deputy training officer. And then emergency communications eliminated 2 telecommunicator 1s. And John, I think you wanted to talk about this last box here.
Yes, Mayor and Council, so I just want to highlight that since FY25, we've reduced 45 positions, or we've cut 45 positions. We've already deleted 15 out of next year's budget, and we plan to, in an attempt to right-size the government to match the revenue that's coming in, we plan to eliminate another 25 positions through attrition.
Okay, so that is not in the budget book I received, but you've made changes since you put this out.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
John, at face value, the cuts seem pretty deep within the fire prevention area. Could you could you talk to it a little bit just to make some people comfortable, because everyone
Yeah,
always-
the chief is coming up, and I don't think he would characterize it that way.
Okay, no, and that's refreshing to hear.
Approximately 2 years ago, we presented a plan to shift 3 8-to-5 fire marshals to the shift, which is a 24-hour. And there was concerns at that time from council, and I'm happy to say that we are more efficient today. We have 3 shift assistant fire marshals that are on duty every day. We're able to do after-hours inspections. We're doing a faster job of getting on scene and doing fire enforcement and investigations. And so, again, we've reduced, but we're now more efficient than we were by thinking outside the box and not, challenging the status quo.
I appreciate the detail that's going into the streamlining of processes and becoming more efficient while still maintaining safety.
Any other questions on personnel? Okay, we're going to move on to our operating expenses. So operating expenses are our materials, supplies, and other services and charges. This is going to include things like office supplies, fuel, chemicals, travel, mowing, and utilities. So you can see these are, enterprise fund is pretty steady. General fund, a couple years we were pretty high. We came down in fiscal year 26 and we're pretty steady for fiscal year 27. And then our other special revenue funds, it's been pretty steady. I always like to budget like they're going to spend all that money because that's all they can spend it on. Generally speaking, they don't, but it is available if they want to spend it. So for our general funds, our operating expenses are down 16.55%. Enterprise funds are down 2.5%. Capital improvement funds are up 159%. Special revenue funds are down 25.71%. Internal service funds are down 9.3%. And then our other funds are down, up 11.81%. So in total, our operating expenses, we were able to decrease by 5.5%.
What is that? What is internal service funds?
That is IT, health insurance, and workers' comp.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to start with our general fund expenses. Supplies, tools, and equipment for the general fund are down $90,000. Computer supplies are down $64,000. Weapons are down $1,488. Radios are up $40. This is from last fiscal year to this fiscal year budget. Library books are down $76,000. This is because we budgeted the county money in general fund. It is moving to special revenue fund next year. Petroleum products, this is our fuel. It's up $490,000. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of control over that. Chemicals is up $57,000. Repair and maintenance is down $961,000. Maintenance material motive equipment, this is the account we use to fix the city vehicles. It is up $221,000. Uniform and clothing is up $58,000.
So let's talk about repairs and maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost $1 million that we're not going to fix something that apparently needed fixing in the past. How is that going to play out? Because in 26, you cut 1.2 million from your projected, and now you're cutting $1 million from the year before budget number. And so I'm kind of wondering, what are we not fixing?
So if you'll look at the projected in the middle there, it's only 1.6 million. We've been over budgeting this account. And
Are you telling me that in the past, this account has had lots of money not spent?
Correct.
And so the city manager believes he can keep everything fixed for 1.9?
Yes, that still represents an increase, a substantial increase over what we're projecting to spend this year.
Okay, thank you.
Rental publication and printing is down 34,000. Contingency, it shows it's up 462,000. What we do is we budget a city manager's contingency of $950,000. When a project or some kind of need is identified, that money is moved from that budget to wherever it's needed to be spent. So that budget itself has not changed. It's just when you look at the numbers in the books, it shows that it's gone up because we move the money to the appropriate account to pay for it. Mayor and council, you also have a small contingency of, I think, 25,000. Yeah. Professional and technical services is down 2.5 million. Mowing, there's no change. That's under contract. Legal expense is down $56,000. Landline, cell phones, and internet is down $6,873. Postage is down $14,000. Electricity and natural gas is up $129,000. Insurance is down $68,000. Dues and memberships is down $13,000. Training and travel is down $49,000. Election expense is down $3,488. And then other refunds expenses is up $61,000. This is the Chat GPT subscription and Copilot.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Just under your methodology, looks like our budget for 26, then you projected. Now you've got a 27 budget, and when you cycle out was your reductions, which is a lot, and the difference, were those reductions based on actuals from this year, as close you could project? Or
Yes.
were you just doing budget cuts?
A little bit of both, honestly.
Okay. Thank you.
We also looked at past history as well, see what they've spent in the past. So some notable increases and decreases to our general fund operating expenses. Repair and maintenance for streets is down $3 million. We are using the quarter cent in the CIP to pay for street maintenance, so that is why you'll see the decrease in the general fund. Professional and technical services for streets is down $948,000. This relates to the WSB contract. Before, we were paying for that out of the general fund. Now, whatever project WSB is working on, if it's a CIP project, we pay for that portion of their bill with CIP funds. If it's ad valorem, we're going to pay for it with ad valorem funds. Professional and technical service city at large is down $948,000. That's the insurance adjuster that we paid for this year. We're not going to be doing that next year. Repair and maintenance for arts and humanities is down $333,000. This was one-time insurance money that they used to fix up some of their buildings. Other expenses for city at large is down $312,000. This was for the airport legal expenses that we paid for this in fiscal year 25. Planning, professional, and technical service is down $201,000. This was a land use plan that they paid for in fiscal year 25. Electricity and natural gas for city at large is up $230,000. This is obviously electric and gas for this building, public safety facility, and some other buildings around town. Chemicals for the aquatic center is up $270,000. We didn't have this expense in 25, so that's new. Insurance for city at large, our premiums are up $556,000. Petroleum products, again, this is fuel, is up $764,000 from fiscal year 25. And then contingency, city at large, is up $949,000. Again, that did not actually increase. It's just, that's how it shows it on in the books.
I'm going to back you up to repairs and maintenance streets. And what I heard is that we're using the quarter cent for maintenance. And beyond what we might call capital maintenance, I don't think that's the proper use of the CIP. If we're using the CIP for patching or operations, that's not what it's for. Can somebody explain to me exactly how we are spending CIP dollars in the streets? If it's mill and overlay, that's kind of a capital repair, and that's okay. But potholes.
No, it's not potholes. I'm sorry.
Okay, so is our street people here?
Street people, that didn't sound right.
Can you come up, Michael, and help me understand that? What I'm trying to do is make sure that, and I get capital repairs, mill and overlay, that's exactly what it's for. But it's not for day-to-day maintenance of the streets. I need to know that it's being used properly.
From my understanding, it is being used correctly, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to move on to enterprise fund operating expenses. Supplies, tools, and equipment from last budget, or this current budget year to next budget year is down $16,000. Computer supplies is down $13,000. Radios are down $507. Meter supplies is down $67,000. Chemicals, these are used to treat our water and our wastewater. It is up $533,000. Repair and maintenance is up $143,000. Contractual maintenance is up $379,000. Uniform and clothing is up $8,400. Rental, publication, and printing is down $10,116. Professional and technical services is down $544,000. Mowing is up $500. Landline, cell phone, and internet is down $18,000. Postage is down $8,761. Electricity and natural gas is up $5,400. Dues and memberships is up $1,350. Training and travel is up $1,670. Other refunds and expenses are down $4,500. And then that last line, that Oklahoma State Department of Health, that is what we were using to win the state fee for the landfill, when we had to supplement enterprise fund money to help pay for that because we were not collecting enough state fee for the landfill. Now we are, so we no longer have to budget for that.
Could you explain what the mowing is about? $500 for mowing? I don't understand.
That's in public utilities budget.
I mean, we spend $1.4 million on mowing contracts, so I'm not sure I understand what $500 gets you. Yeah, not much, it'd be right.
That is not, most of ours is covered under that $1.5 million. A lot of the mowing is, but we have a few lift stations and stuff that does not cover that, and we use contract labor and actually the mowing cost for that contract labor.
Okay, so those are contract support to you already?
Yes.
And you just give them a lawnmower and send them
Yeah,
out?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
And they're relatively small
Yeah,
areas.
just small, very small
Yeah,
areas
yeah,
that weren't getting under the regular
No,
contract.
I understand. I know where your lifts are.
So notable increases and decreases to the enterprise fund operating expenses. We already talked about the Oklahoma State Department of Health. Professional and technical services for the wastewater treatment plant is down $157,000. Contractual maintenance for Medicine Park Water Treatment Plant is up $149,000. Contractual maintenance for Southeast Water Treatment Plant is up $150,000. These are for our SCADA system that we recently upgraded, and we have to pay for the maintenance now. Repair and maintenance for water distribution is up $152,000. These pay for things like yard repair, concrete repair, things like that. Electricity and natural gas for finance is up $191,000. Chemicals for the Medicine Park Water Treatment Plant up $416,000. And then professional and technical services for Waurika. This is for our Waurika operations, silt removal, the note payment, and the billing, the power billing, up $1.8 million from fiscal year '25. Other fund operating expenses, stormwater is down $131,000. Special revenue is down 3 million. You can see there we had budgeted 7 million, only spent 208,000, so we're budgeting 4 million for next year. No change to the water system impact fee fund. Lawton Parking Authority, we receive $100 a year for that, so we budget that, and that's the reason for that increase. Mass Transit is up $1 million. What we do is we pay the bills for LATs, and then when they draw down on the grants, we get the money back. Their operating expenses have increased, so we have increased our budget to make sure we have that appropriated. Hotel Motel is up $11,000. Cemetery Care is up $71,000. They didn't spend this money for the last couple of years. When they did the big arch repair, they pretty much depleted the account. But now the account has worked its way back up and they're ready to spend some money again. Narcotics forfeiture is up $300. E911 is down $208,000. Cellular phone system is down $282,000. CDBG is down $246,000. Our grants are down $3.3 million. If we do get a grant that isn't reimbursable, then we'll bring a budget amendment to council to be able to spend that money. Our TIF fund is down $51,000. Debt service prior to 1972, this is the ad valorem funds, it's down $5,000. Streets and roadways GO bond is up $250,000. Capital improvement projects is down $1.3 million. Most of that money is budgeted in the capital accounts, not the operating accounts. LIDA is up $165,000. Lawton Water Authority is down $801,000. This was loan fees that we had budgeted that didn't end up using. Sewer rehab is down $93,000. Landfill financial assurance, there's no change. Information technology, this is our IT division, is down $274,000. Our health fund is down $899,000. Fringe benefits, this is the flex benefits plan, it is up $86,000. And then our general employee retirement is up $6,000. So some notable increases and decreases to our other fund expenses. Contract maintenance for IT is up $1.3 million. This is our Tyler software. Contract maintenance for court is up $1.3 million. This is the technology fee. We had not been budgeting that in the past, and the money's just sitting there, so we are budgeting it now so we can identify some, projects to spend that on and do that. Other expenses in finance is up $1.3 million. This is special revenue money. Once we identify projects that qualify, we will move that money to the correct account so they can spend it. Supplies, tools, and equipment in Lakes is up $893,000. As you know, Lakes money is now going to a special revenue account, and so we are allocating that so they can spend the money on improvements. Dues and memberships in IT is up $647,000. This pays for a lot of our IT software services, Microsoft Office, PowerProtect, backup solution, things like that. Our professional and technical services in Hotel Motel, these are our Hotel Motel agreements, is up $539,000. Other expenses for LIDA, these are loan fees, they are up $448,000. Insurance claim payments, these are the claims, or the insurance payments we make on behalf of the employees, it's up $397,000. And then internet for IT, this is all our data plans throughout the city, is up $258,000. Any questions on other operating expenses before we move on to capital?
Yes, I do have a question on the chemicals. I noticed that we have chemicals for Lawton, then we have chemicals for Medicine Park. Do we not purchase the chemicals in bulk for both? Each one of the plants, the Southeast Water Treatment Plant and Medicine Park Water Treatment Plant, are separate budgets, and they have budget. Each one has chemical budgets in them. In the Medicine Park is the primary treatment, and it's the one that uses the most chemicals. Okay.
The slide that has the meters on it, there was a drastic drop in the budget. Yeah, in the meter supplies.
Yes, that is actual purchase of new meters. We are still currently installing the new meters. We have an inventory of meters, so there was no need to budget for purchasing them this year because we have an inventory of new meters that are being installed throughout the city.
What is the life expectancy of the meters? And you're talking about the ones that are at the house, and they got it upgraded to those new white plastic IT kind of meters?
Yes. We have replaced about 18 to 19,000 of those meters to date, and we have 10,000 of them on hand to be installed, and they're installing anywhere from 500 to 700 per month throughout the city. Then we target with our contracts that we're doing water lines. Our contractors, as they lay the new water lines and setting new service connections, they're setting the new meters for us. So those meters are several more thousand meters that we get set. It's just they were going to have to set the old meters, so they're just setting the new meter. Right. But they are the new electronic meters, the updated version, and these have a 20-year life.
20 years, and then, so do they tell you when they're going bad, or do you still have to do a bucket test on them?
You still have to test them, and everything, but these are guaranteed, the accuracy of these are guaranteed more precise than the ones that we installed in 2008.
And it controls the water loss?
Yes. These do not have moving parts where the others did have moving parts.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hooton?
Yeah, a question about one of the previous slides about the Lawton Water Authority. Yeah,
This one?
I just don't understand, that's all.
So the Lawton Water Authority houses all of the OWRB loans, and we were expecting to have some fees that we were going to have to pay, and that ended up not materializing.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Last section. Capital outlay, capital improvement, and other expenses. On our general funds, we are down from this current year budget to next year's budget 47.41%. Enterprise funds down 73.68%. Capital improvement funds are down 19.31%. Special revenue funds down 47.23%. Internal services funds down 46.05%. And then our other funds down 4.40%. We'll get into details as we go through. General fund capital outlay, lease purchase from this budget year to next is down $1,168. Machinery and equipment is up $218,000. Construction improvements and additions is down $3.2 million, and software is down $34,000. So we cut capital outlay from this year to next year by $3 million. What we are purchasing next year, or proposing to purchase, bag scanner software. That's the, what am I trying to say? Security, yes, up front. That software costs $15,000. I'm gonna butcher this. How do you pronounce that? Naloxone. Vending machine refilled, Narcan, $10,000. Intake center, so animal welfare, several years ago had several funds of money for their intake center. We have restricted that within the general fund, and they have $78,000 left of that. Water trailer for park maintenance, it costs more to rent one than to buy one, so we're going to buy one for $8,000. Lake improvements, these are funded by one of the LIDA loans, $2.2 million. Traffic calming measures for streets, $100,000. Storm siren replacements, $20,000. Traffic signal equipment, $80,000. AC machines for vehicles, $8,000. Physical fitness equipment for fire operations, $7,500. The blocking truck for fire operations, this was contingent upon a grant. We just found out on Tuesday we are not going to receive that grant, so this purchase will not happen. Air evac exhaust removal system from fire operations, $21,000. And that is it for general fund. So does anyone have any questions on those purchases?
Is there any operational impact to not funding or purchasing the blocking truck? I'm recognizing we didn't get the grant. I was just curious about what the operational impact of that is, if any.
We currently use our ladder truck for that. It's a $2 million truck. That's where we'd rather, go with the grant and get a much cheaper truck in case it does ever get hit. The use of that is in our high-speed roadways where we place that out. And if we have somebody come through, it's going to help save lives. So we do value the life more than a ladder truck, but we were hoping for the grant. We will be trying again next year. We think that's a better way to go for us. But operationally, we'll still be moving forward and protecting our people.
Great, thank you.
We'll move on to enterprise fund capital outlay. Machinery and equipment is down $107,000. Construction improvements and additions are down just over $1 million. What we are purchasing next year, water distribution is going to get an excavator blade for $5,000, trench boxes for $13,000, hydraulic hammer for $18,000, a portable LED tower for $9,000. They're going to replace the roof at the water distribution building for $58,000. And then the Medicine Park Water Treatment Plant is going to get an ozone monitoring equipment for $28,000. They're going to repair and replace the HVAC system, $1.2 million. And then backwash supply pump for $55,000. Any questions on any of these?
Yes, the bag security system, city manager, is that an upgrade to what we already have?
It is.
So then our other fund, capital outlay, capital improvement, stormwater is up $121,000. Emergency reserve is down $1.2 million. If you'll remember, we repaired the landfill cells that were damaged in the flood last year. Any reserve fund money that is to be spent has to be voted on by you all, so we have that zeroed out next year. Special revenue is down $1.1 million. Mass transit, there is no change. That $7.6 million is for the buses when we get those. McMahon Authority is up $1 million, so the Lawton Youth Sports Authority has a grant for the building, the sports complex that we will be paying for. So that money will come to us. We're going to put it in the McMahon Authority fund so that it will only be spent on the sports complex. Hotel Motel is up $338,000. This is the economic development part of the Hotel Motel fund. Cemetery care is down $74,000. Cellular fee fund is up $83,000. And then our grants is down $10 million. This paid for the aquatic center. We used ARPA money to pay for that in fiscal year 26.
Can you go back to the previous slide, please?
Yes.
Okay, Medicine Park Treatment Plant, the HVAC repair. This is what we're planning to purchase for them?
At Medicine Park Water Treatment Plant, the ozone monitoring equipment, ozone is our primary disinfectant that we treat at our water treatment plants. As it off gases, you have to destruct that gas. And that right there, you have to monitor to make sure it's not, through a destruction, that you have to monitor that gas equipment to make sure it's not off gassing the ozone. So you destruct it, take it through basically a catalytic converter, and heat, and you have to have monitoring equipment, and our existing equipment is obsolete and no longer repairable. So we're replacing that equipment. Second thing is the HVAC system. This is the second part of, this year we budgeted money for HVAC. This is the second half of that HVAC system at Medicine Park, which is now 25 years old. And the backwash supply pump, this is a pump that is now 27 years old that we're replacing.
And Councilwoman, Medicine Park Water Treatment Plant provides water to Fort Sill, just for context.
Thank you.
Okay, our rolling stock is up 1.6 million. If you'll remember, we diverted that money to the general fund this year. Since we are not doing that next year, their budget is gonna go up so we can continue our rolling stock program. Yes.
Okay, repeat that for me. Last year, we allowed that to go to general fund expenses. This year, it's gonna be used
For
for
rolling stock?
rolling stock.
Correct.
Thank you.
Capital improvement projects, down 566,000. Sewer rehab is down 186,000. And then information technology is down 1.3 million. So our other fund capital outlay, capital improvement items this year, stormwater is going to get a skid steer for $71,000. We're also going to replace the the Meadowbrook Creek pedestrian bridge for $50,000. We have medical marijuana funded sidewalks plugged in for $431,000. The buses from LATS, $7.6 million. McMahon grant eligible items, we still have a little bit of money left over from way back when, $1,521. Youth sports complex, $1 million. Economic development from the hotel motel fund, $838,000. Carbine phone system for E911, $191,000. AI capabilities for the Carbine phone system for E911, $83,400. We have a truck for the city manager's office out of rolling stock, $63,000. A zero turn mower for lakes, that is also rolling stock, $11,000. 2 pickup trucks for lakes, one of them is $66,000, one of them is $48,000. Pickup truck for streets out of rolling stock, which is $72,000. 2 side load compactor trucks for solid waste, $852,000. A half-ton pickup for solid waste, $43,000. A tractor for the wastewater treatment plant, $206,000. 8 half-ton sport utility trucks for police uniforms, $650,000. We have a lease payment for our heavy rescue truck for our fire operations, $310,000. A lease payment for the aerial ladder unit, $457,000. A pumper truck lease payment, $228,000, and again, that was all rolling stock. And then Gore Boulevard traffic signal improvements for Public Works, that's out of our capital improvement fund, $300,000. Our generic capital improvement fund, not our 2019. Lee Boulevard rehabilitation, $2 million. Litter abatement for solid waste, $50,000. Gore Boulevard traffic signal implementation, $135,000. That project has been ongoing. A pump for sewer system construction out of the sewer rehab fund, $61,500. We have another payment on our police body and dash cams that we upgraded, $1.1 million. Windows Server and Microsoft SQL Server licensing, $50,000. And then Adobe Acrobat, $20,000. Any questions on any of those purchases?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
The rolling stock is the amount of money that's in our savings, am I accurate?
In
In
where?
the savings, is that in savings or what, the rolling stock?
It's a fee on the water bill. I think it's approximately $8.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ma'am, it's a fee on the water bill that's dedicated
To the vehicles.
replacing rolling stock, yeah.
Okay, but what I'm trying to ask is, what was that?
So we have a little bit in fund balance, and then what we expect to receive next year as well will help fund these. And we'll spread the purchases out over the course of the year.
So what's the total amount that we have in there? That's,
The total amount, so to start the year, we only anticipate 11,000. We're gonna collect just over 3 million, or excuse me, 3.5 million and spend 3 million. That'll give us a fund balance of 431,000.
thank you.
The answer to my question may come up somewhere else because I recognize that this is coming from rolling stock, and so my question may not be, the answer may be somewhere else. I'll say that. But does our police department have a special vehicle that requires climate control? And I don't know that we're quite meeting that requirement. Is that accounted for anywhere in this year's budget? Just out of curiosity.
I would need a policeman to answer that.
Are you referring to their radios that they have in their
No,
cruisers?
I'm
like-
referring to their armored vehicle.
Oh, okay.
You may not have the answer, that's okay. I just wanted to.
Say apologies to the council, I only heard part of that question when I was coming back in, but you're talking about the climate-controlled vehicle. Our Bearcat has bulletproof glass on it. The laminate, it can come delaminated depending on the sun exposure. It needs to be a climate-controlled environment for that. We're doing the best we can right now with it. It's parked in our Sally Port, so it's not in the direct sunlight. It's not quite AC or heat. But it will make the longevity of that last longer. If the laminate starts going out, it won't be as bullet resistant going forward. So,
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move on to the Lawton Water Authority? Okay. So the Lawton Water Authority capital improvement expenses, again, this is where all our drinking water and clean water loans projects are. We have our drinking water loan for $5 million. That's paying for SCADA improvements. There's just a little bit left for that, $24,000. Clean water loan, $47 million. That is paying for the wastewater treatment plant phase 1 improvements, wastewater treatment plant transfer switch, and then there's contingency built in for both of those projects, just over $1 million. Drinking water loan for $28 million. Water line construction projects, we have $710,000 plugged in for next year's budget. The drinking water loan for $21 million, which is for water line construction projects as well. We have $9.6 million plugged into next year's budget for that. Clean water loan for $39 million is for the Gondola Lake Dam and the Ellsworth rehab. These are also funded by HHD and ARPA grants, and we have $38 million plugged in next year's budget for those projects. Clean water loan, $72.9 million. This is paying for the wastewater treatment plant phase 2, Southeast Water Treatment Plant dewatering project, New Moo Creek, stormwater master plan, and it has a contingency built in, $2.2 million. And then loan interest and admin fee payments, $7.8 million. Any questions on those expenses? So our capital improvement expenses for our streets and roadways GO bonds, we had $22 million budgeted this year. We're expecting to spend $13 million, so we've budgeted $18 million for next year. 2012 capital improvement and 2005 ad valorem money, we don't have any projects in line for those funds, so we're not going to budget any money there. And then our 2019 capital improvement, we had $184 million budgeted this year. We're only projecting to spend $64 million, but we have $157 million plugged in for next year.
Okay, so the 2012 CIP still has 3.7 roughly in it.
Correct.
Have all of the projects been completed?
I would have to review that list. I don't know off the
Okay,
top of
and
my
my
head.
question would be, if the money's sitting there and the projects haven't, why have we not completed them? And the other is, if they've been completed, isn't there some exercise we go through that to put it in the current CIP or use it for other capital projects? And that would, the same is true of the 2005 ad valorem. And I know the ad valorem can be used for the same type projects once all of the things on the ballot were completed. And if that's the case, from 2005, if they've all been completed, why have we not directed? And of course, in these days of high inflation, it makes sense to get the money spent on, it's not like we don't have plenty of capital needs. Can we look into that? I realize you don't have an answer today. Thank you. So we had 184 million budgeted. We're projecting we're only going to get 64 million spent. So a lot of that's just moved to the right and plugged into the next year, correct? Okay, I got you. Thank you.
Yes, the 2019 capital improvement, that's different than that, what we voted for, the 2040 propel?
That's the same fund.
It's the same fund?
Yes.
Okay.
We extended.
So, but we don't have anything projected this yet for what we're gonna do with that money?
No, we have 157 million for that fund.
Oh, projected out?
Yes, and
Okay,
I've got
okay.
several slides
I'm
on
clear now, okay. I'll make sure about my splash pad now.
So we're gonna start with streets and roadways geo bond expenses, and I'm just gonna read the ones that we're budgeting for next year. WSB project management costs, $250,000. Sheridan Road reconstruction, $5 million. Citywide pavement rehab project, just over $2 million. And then any other ad valorem projects that we identify throughout the year, we have $11 million allocated for those. Any questions on any of these? All right, we're moving on to the 2019 Capital Improvement Program history. You can see revenues and expenses track very closely together. We've had a couple years where expenses exceeded revenues, and then a couple years where revenues exceeded expenses. And then these are the projects that we are funding either this year or next year with capital improvement money. So we have the Flock license plate readers for $84,000. Arts and Humanities Program funds, $53,000. Arts for All Summer Arts Programming, $86,000. Our D&Ds, $400,000. The Sports Complex Design and Consulting, we paid for that this year. Lawton Public Schools WIFAC agreement, $75,000. Marie Daddy WIFAC agreement, $100,000. Two WIFAC agreements that were paid for this year were Teen Court and United Way. The youth sports complex, we are projecting $6.5 million will be spent on that project next year. 107 and 25 project management, $150,000. Other WIFAC grants, $105,000. Safe Streets for All grant, $500,000. LATS bus purchase local match is $1.6 million. The LATS transfer center, $800,000. The maintenance facility, $2 million, and then the police evidence building remodel is $200,000. I know this is all contingent upon what land we end up going with, but we have it plugged in just in case. The library ceiling project, $2 million. Lakes master plan, $12,000 left to spend for that. The US 62 interchange at Goodyear Boulevard, this is funded by a loan and cash, so we have $11.6 million plugged in between those two funding sources. McMahon Auditorium renovation and addition, $521,000. Airport improvements, we paid $1.9 million this year. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to ask if you could go back 2 slides.
Okay.
Yeah. On the D&D, I see a pretty big delta between projected for last year and what we're budgeting for this year. Can you talk about that a little bit?
So we had originally around $400,000 budgeted, and then there was a push in the middle of the year to go ahead and increase that, and so we did that at that point. And so we kept the budget the same for next year.
But we don't anticipate still needing more than what was budgeted the previous year, recognizing that there was a push.
I think we actually, the last report I remember, and Larry can help me here, is that we projected winding it down to some kind of reasonable, manageable number by December. Is that right, or was it by June?
December.
It was December.
It is December.
Now, we've slowed it down just a little bit to make sure they have plenty of help to keep
Correct.
notices out for clean grass, basically. But I think we're probably okay with that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And also, so D&Ds are funded by two different funding sources, the CIP, and then there's also money in 435, which is what we get from the county. So there's money there as well. Bridge rehab, we paid $67,000 this fiscal year. Museum infiltration mitigation, we have $6.1 million budgeted next year. For the animal shelter, we have $5 million budgeted. The Discovery Zone at Vista, we have $15 million. Goodyear Boulevard Recon Phase 2, $4 million. HVAC repairs, $495,000. SCADA project, $57,000. Tyler AI software, $80,000. Ellsworth Spillway, $306,000. The Clean Water Loan, $30 million projects, $11 million. Clean Water, $25 million loan projects, $11.4 million. Drinking Water, $29 million loan projects, just over $2 million. Drinking Water, $30 million loan projects, $3.2 million. FAP loan projects, $41 million. MAP 44 waterline replacement, $1.4 million. 107 and 25 streets projects, $6.3 million. For Gore Boulevard reconstruction, we paid $924,000 this fiscal year. Lee Boulevard from 38th Street to 52nd, we're projecting $3.8 million paid this year. WSB project management, we're paying $382,000 this fiscal year. Propel street maintenance, $1 million. Cash Road waterline replacement, $5,474. Lakes Gate operations, we paid $43,000 this year. Industrial water main phase, oh yeah.
Kristen, go back, please. I don't understand how you're dealing with, I don't know what the Gore Boulevard reconstruction is, but the Lee Boulevard, 38 to 52nd is not going to be complete by June 30. And I don't understand why that doesn't move to the right, because we got to have money to finish it.
Yes, we do. I rely on the divisions to tell me whether a project's going to be completed or not.
Okay, who do we need to get to answer that for us? What is the Gore Boulevard reconstruction? Is that 67th to 82nd? Is that some mill and
It is.
overlay that's coming up? What is it?
No, Gore Boulevard was 67th to 82nd.
Okay, and
That
is,
was-
of course, that's Title 26, so that's done, although I think I saw some
It is.
amendment coming forward. So that makes sense that it's zero. But the Lee Boulevard 38th to 52nd is only probably less than 25% complete, maybe 25% complete by the end of the fiscal year, but you have nothing allocated.
Correct. So when this budget was created, it was with the expectation that Lee Boulevard would start back in December. It had many project delays in as far as initiation is concerned, and it didn't start until February, so that put it behind schedule, but that was after the budget had already been put, so we'll have to amend the budget to accord with that.
Okay. So how are we going to pay in the next fiscal year? How are we going to pay when it says zero? Does that 3.8 kind of go in an account and it's paid out of that still?
I believe so, right?
So essentially, we can do it one of two ways. We can amend the budget now, the preliminary now, and reallocate that money, or we can just bring a budget amendment back. Because if we don't spend the $3.8 million in fiscal year 26, it will be available to spend next year. It doesn't go anywhere.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
I have a question about the 38th to 52nd Lee. That, excuse me, that includes on the north and the south side, correct?
That's the that entire segment would be the rehabilitation.
All right, thank you.
And I didn't see it. Go back one. The $1 million Propel street maintenance, that was for crack sealing?
Correct.
And paint, is that what it's being used for?
Correct. As far as my understanding goes, I believe some of that money will be supplementing into the streets budget to accomplish those tasks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have the industrial water main phase 1. We paid landfill expansion potentially $620,000. Landfill cells 6 and 7. We finished up that project this fiscal year, $5,130. Elmer Thomas Park electrical upgrade, $8,815. Elmer Thomas Park Concept Park, $5,000. Aquatics Master Plan, $2,500. Elmer Thomas Parks Aquatics Center, nothing for next year, but we did pay $92,000 this year. East Side and Lee West Park, $517,000. Wading pool improvements, $271,000. Park improvements, $2 million. Greer parking lot, $78,000. Amphitheater and boardwalk, $5 million. Matty Beal park improvements and the park improvements project there, those were this year's expenses. Gore Boulevard traffic study, $180,000. Southeast Water Treatment Plant dewatering improvements, $871,000 for the ARPA grant, and then $5.1 million for the EPA grant. Wastewater treatment plant cost benefit analysis, $6,912. Wastewater treatment plant improvements, $3,195. LEDC, Lawton Economic Development Corporation, $500,000. Vista, $3.6 million, and then Vista Construction, $4.5 million. Public safety sales tax transfer, $3,034,000. Reimbursement resolutions, $450,000. Reserve fund transfers, $260,000. CIP administrative costs, $480,000, and then our loan payments are $20,274,000. Any questions on those expenses? This is the last slide. So this shows our fund balance through the years. General funds has gone from $36 million to $9.4 million. Enterprise funds, $199 million to $28 million. That's because of all the loans and the way we have to book them. Capital improvement funds, $34 million to $9.5 million. Special revenue funds, $11 million to $8.9 million. Internal services funds, $11 million to $11 million. They increase a little bit. And then our other funds, $394 million to $321 million. Any other questions?
Yes. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? I just, for the record, for citizens to know, what interest will we pay on loans?
What's the interest rate?
Yes.
It varies by loan, 3 to 5%, depending on when around COVID, we were getting really good rates.
I just want that on the record because some citizens put like we just way out of whack as far as the rates.
Yeah, don't read the internet. That's where you go to be misinformed.
The city has a very good credit rating. I think we're at a AA minus, is that right? A plus. Yeah, so we get good interest rates.
We even have one ad valorem loan bond at 0.85, not even 1%. So we get the best rates and a lot cheaper than you or I would get if we went to the bank.
Well, if there are no other questions, that's the end of this part of the presentation.
Well, I would have one.
Sure.
I just look at the chart. So 688 million and 25, right?
Yes.
Projected for this year, 627. 27, fiscal year 27, 43% down. Can you tell me how we dropped 43% out of operating budgets?
It's not
Is it-
necessarily just the operating budget.
Well, I understand that, but
Right.
I mean, don't you think that's rather significant?
Yes, I do.
Revenue, sales tax revenue is driving that drop, or we just became that more efficient? Can we?
No, revenue's not driving it. It's expenses primarily.
Okay, I just find that significant, and I'm not exactly sure how I would explain that if I was asked.
Definitely can't sustain it long-term.
Say again.
Cannot sustain that long-term.
Okay. Fascinating. I don't understand. Thank you.
I don't know how we can sustain it for 1 year. What I read is that we need 2 months minimum. And I think I've been told that before, besides reading it. But I don't think on the general fund, now, maybe it is because there's this separation of general fund, enterprise, and all this. But I don't think 9.5 million is equal to 2 months of our general fund, is it?
Payroll, but not the other expenses.
Pardon me?
It would be for payroll, but not any other expenses.
Okay, well, what I've read and what I've heard doesn't apply to just payroll. There's
Correct.
nothing in it about just payroll. So my question is 2 months of general fund expenses equals what?
Let me do the math. Be about 14 million.
Okay, now, I was looking earlier, I've got it right here. One of the responsibilities of the council, the city council shall establish an amount within the city's general fund to constitute a committed fund balance for the limited purpose of responding to qualified emergencies and events as set out in the Lawton City Code. So what code do we have? Do we have code in place that identifies, that's in the city charter. Do we have code in place that identifies how much we're supposed to carry over? And if not, then I'd say the council hasn't done its job. And I'll include myself in that council, but it says we're supposed to establish a committed fund balance. Now, I do think, and I don't see it on your slide, but in your book, the emergency reserve, I think, qualifies for being in there as well.
In the general funds, yes.
But your book's a little bit different.
So we've had some amendments.
Pardon me?
Which, we've had some amendments to the preliminary, which were addressed in the slides earlier.
I'm concerned that, what was that number for 2 months?
14 million.
So we're 5 million shy of what I read is a minimum. Well, I mean, I don't know. Am I the only one that's concerned about that?
Oh, Mayor, I mean,
Randy?
there's no explanation for this. It's 627 to 390. No, I was just talking to you.
Randy?
I've been kind of quiet over here. This is my last budget. So I saved up all my words for all these years for right now. And I'll try not to belabor the point, but I'm glad you brought that up because that's kind of what I've been looking at. I mean, when you look at each line, that's great, and it tells you a lot of information. But the really important thing to me has always been the fund balance at the end of the year. And I looked down and saw $500,000, not even $500,000, and that's 2 days. That's not 2 months, that's 2 days. And that's not enough. And I missed it by $1 million. I thought 15 million was what we should probably have. And that's if you count 60 days. If you count 90, like some financial places do, then we're even further behind. Now, I want to preface that with, that's not staff's fault, and that's not John's fault. The city manager, he and his staff have done exactly what we have charged them with doing. We say, go forth and bring us a budget that provides to the citizens. Now, this is what we have said, not precisely, but in everything that we've said up to this point, is we want you to bring us a budget that provides the citizens with the same level of service as they got last year or better. And now he's done that. Whatever these numbers are, a little bit less than $500,000 in the carryover or the fund balance, they've done their job. Now it's up to us to decide if that's adequate or not. And for me, it's really not. Where are we going to find it? I don't know. Because I know that John and staff has squeezed everything that they can squeeze pretty much. Anything that we do from here is going to be difficult. There are a few places that I noticed. Now, one of them was mentioned earlier. There's been money parked in different accounts that we identify and then we don't spend that much. And then the same next year we do the same thing. We do that over and over and over again. And one of them was explained tonight, the court. We've been parking 1.3 million in there for 1 or 2 or 3 years, and now we're going to start spending it. But there are other accounts where we could siphon some of that money off and try to raise up that carryover.
I think there's some explanation here. Some of this is accounting, particularly with the enterprise fund. That's the most radically different. You see that's down 140 million. So Kristen, can you elaborate a little bit more? I don't think that's just we're down that much in fund balance. I think it's part of how we are accounting for it, correct? Okay, so please explain that.
So the enterprise fund portion is related to the OWRB loans. That will balance itself out as we start paying those off. Oh. That's okay. So that 85.57% drop there, that relates to the OWRB loans.
So that's not a pure loss in fund balance, Councilman Brown.
I understand. I couldn't explain that to any of my citizens. That's very complex. I don't understand it. So somewhere we're not accounting for what we roll over and what we generate during the year. This is not your 27 budget. This is not what we're going to operate. You can't go from 627 to 390 and not break everything. So somewhere I'm not understanding the explanation. Because it said budget, and it's a difference in the budget. I realize those budget lines may generate more revenue. Am I wrong? Or is the only revenue we expect to generate is $9 million in the general fund in our fiscal year 27?
No.
I understand, but if I'm just a normal citizen looking at this, and then I look at that, I go, projected in general funds, I look at the FY27 budget, and I see $9 million, and I'm 73% down. Okay, that just doesn't make sense. I'm sure it does to you. I'm not an accountant.
Right. It's kind of like your ending bank balance,
Fund,
month.
fund balance.
Mhm.
That's the title of your chart.
Correct.
Okay, so what you're telling me is when I start the year, I only got $9 million against my 2027 budget?
When you start the year, you're going to have 28 million.
Okay,
And when we end the year, this is next budget year, we'll have 9.5 million.
so that really is the carryover.
The 28 million is the carryover.
Carryover to run for the next 2 months
Yes.
until the funds generate into the general fund. Do you see how I could be confused?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good. Like I said, I'm not an accountant, but that's very hard to understand without a detailed explanation. Because nowhere does it say, hey, this is my carryover. FY '27 is the carryover. So I'm basically carrying over 390 million, roughly. Is that right? Or did I misunderstand
We
again?
would carry that over into fiscal year 28. That is what we project we will end fiscal year
Okay,
27.
I'll ask, maybe I don't understand. We're in fiscal year 26 now.
Yes.
That ends on 30 June.
Yes.
1 July starts fiscal year 27.
Yes.
Okay. Are we going to carry over $390 million?
No, we are carrying over 627 million.
From FY '27? Okay, thank you. I won't waste any more of anybody's time.
Okay, I'll tell you what I think we're gonna do. Legal's trying to find policies and ordinances associated with the charter that I read. We're gonna take about a 7.5-minute break. We've been here for 2.5 hours. And if everybody would please not venture too far, we're gonna try to get started again. I have some more questions on this page. And so, but let's take a little break and we'll get back. Okay, let's get going. Okay, so this page is real confusing to me, and we can't, what we did find in the code was that the fund balance is set by the adoption of the budget, because in the budget, there is a fund balance stated. In other words, if we adopt this budget, this is our fund balance for each of these categories. Now, I don't get, I'm trying to remember what I've been told in the past, why we have to have such a big fund balance for enterprise, but for some reason it's dropping to 28,000 or 28 million from 162 or 199, I guess.
So it won't actually drop to that. The loans will, when we draw on the loans, they will hit that liability account and it will raise the fund balance. It's just not budgeted anymore because it's not a revenue.
I really don't get this liability stuff. I don't get it at all.
Right.
Basically, in the past, it wasn't recorded correctly in the sense of with the liability, and that's what Kristen's saying is going forward, it will be. So this year, we didn't do it the way it had been, so now it's skewed only on the enterprise funds. Okay? So, but the other ones are fine, but enterprise funds did from 2025 probably forward was skewed. What do you say?
That was clear as mud. Here's what I think I need. I think I need to know what the 2-month number is for each of these 2027 fund balance numbers. Now, I'm a little confused because the general funds and there's enterprise funds. And, you know, I think in terms of general budget, which I think includes the enterprise budget. So I think the way to answer my question is, what is 2 months for each one of these so that I know that we're doing what is, I don't remember all those terms, generally accepted accounting principles or municipal budget principles or whatever the term is. So that the council is doing their job of making sure there's an adequate fund balance. Because, you know, the way I see this budget is kind of like Randy, the city manager's got to run the city and we got to give him a certain amount of money. And sometimes it boils down to we can't figure out how to give him the money, so he's got to figure out how to run the city on less, and that probably means cutting services. I get it. But to me, this tells the story. And what it says to me, what that top line says to me is that we're taking $20 million out of our fund balance. And I think we've done that before. And you can't keep doing that, and I think this is the year you can't do it because you're going below 2 months. Now, can you help me understand? Can you give me the 2-month number that is the target, and does that rule apply to each one of those lines?
Not the capital improvement funds line. That money, we've taken out a lot of loans, so we need to spend that money so that we're not earning more interest, bank interest than what we're allowed. So we do need to spend the capital improvement funds. Special revenue funds, kind of the same situation. We don't have loans there, but those can only be spent on certain projects. So if we don't spend it, it just continues to sit there.
Okay, thank you. For the CIP, 2 months is equal to $2.5 million, or $5 million, $2.5 million a month. I just took 31 million that I saw you had budgeted, although that didn't include the CIP portion of use tax. And I don't see use tax, well, it wouldn't be, it's the income number. So even if it was 6 million, your CIP number is adequate, right? Okay, what about the enterprise funds? What, now you're back to some accounting explanation, and I don't know how to deal with that. Maybe somebody else does. Randy?
I don't think I can deal with that, but, and maybe this, I don't know, I just have some words. I don't know that they're helpful, but I think the council needs to consider them. Everything that I looked at, you know, the problem that we've got is, if you look at our peer cities, they bring in $100 per citizen more in sales tax. Our major malfunction is in sales tax. And that doesn't mean our sales tax percentage is too low. It means that we don't have enough people spending money in the city limits of Lawton. And then you start working on that problem. And I know this, it's really, it is budget though, because this is tight. I mean, the city manager and staff has done, you know, yeoman's work here. I mean, they've cut and changed and melded, but there's more that has to happen. We can't just say, well, that's all, you know, that's just all we can do. We just move on, because if we just move on, it's going to be worse next year. What we have to start looking at, can we do things better? Can we do things more efficient? We already have. We've changed a lot of things, parks and neighborhoods and stuff. We've rebuilt those departments and we've become more efficient. We heard it tonight about, you know, licensing permits and we just become more and more efficient. But we got to keep looking. We can't quit just because we're doing good. We have to look at where are we duplicating our efforts. You know, if you look through the budget, there's places that we duplicate our efforts a lot of times. Sometimes if you just think out of the box, maybe we can find a better way to do two things and just do them once and combine them. I don't have an example, but that's what we're going to have to do. You know, you can take an example of economic development. Look at that. We heard economic development at least twice today, if not 3 times. And we've got multiple people doing economic development and we've got money spread out. And is there a better way to do that? I don't know. I just know that everything that I looked at peer cities. I don't see anybody else with multiple economic development arms. I just know that when you look at our expenses, we're providing services. And that's what, as a council, we've asked the manager to do, is provide services to the citizens. And we've got to find ways to be more efficient, and we've got to find ways to find that money that's, and I don't mean hidden, I just mean that money that's sitting in an account someplace that we're pretty sure we're not going to use it this year, but we've got it sitting there just in case. I'd like to see us just say, we're not going to have $15 million. I can tell you that right now. We're not going to find $15 million. But if we could generate $4 million, I would be a lot more comfortable with a $4 million carryover than I would $483,000. Anyway, that's all my words.
Okay. Bob?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess one of my questions that would come to mind is when I look at our expenditure, the proposed expenditure with the income, how dependent have we become on our reserves?
because the more dependent we become on those reserves with the revenue dropping, like you mentioned earlier, Councilman Warren, you know, the sales tax revenue has dropped. It does impact us. You mentioned one Pierce City of $100 more per citizen. When we get more dependent upon that, it's simply not sustainable.
Correct.
I'm not sure what the actual solution there is, but I think going back to what Councilman Warren said, I do appreciate what our city manager has done in really looking for where can we cut, the directors, what can we do to shall we say, raise this up because there is a challenge here that I don't believe cannot be addressed. It must be addressed.
Mayor, if I may, I'd also like to add a few things because I think that there's an important part of this discussion that we're not addressing, and that part is we subsidize a lot of activities that go on outside the city of Lawton. E911 is a very good example where we're providing a county function and we get very limited funding in return. Free water and discounted water and sewer is another key driver where, based on old arrangements or old contracts, we're practically giving services away, and those are arrangements that have been in effect for a long time. So I think that's part of this discussion as well, and certainly something that that we've tried to address and have gone to different city council meetings to discuss. But I think that council needs to think about those things too.
So I would love to discuss those. I'm not sure we're going to get them all discussed tonight, and we're probably going to need another meeting. Did you say everything you wanted to say, Bob?
Well, I think I'm ready to talk economic development if you want to talk about economic development.
Well, okay.
You know, I see that we have some economic development almost in a competition with each other that, you know, we look at with our what is it, LEDC, economic development, and our FISTA. And I think looking at those two, we have one that has shown itself to be more productive economically than our other economic development. We have two organizations that seem to be in competition together, or against each other rather, more than together.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm seeing one that does bring in economic growth, where another does not seem to be quite as effective, in my opinion.
Well, it sounds like you're saying the same thing Mr. Warren was saying. We're the only communities that have two direct organizations. Randy, did you want to add something else?
Well, I just wanted to, and I didn't think about it when I was going through all that. I didn't have it written in all my words. But it kind of goes hand in hand, because the only way we change the $100 per citizen deficit that we've got is by increasing the number of jobs and the number of people that live here and the number of people that we bring in here. So economic development is the only way to make that happen. We can't just sit around here and hope that people show up. So yeah, I mean, I hadn't even really put those two together.
Okay, Ms. Williams.
I am hearing you all talking two different entities. FISTA, am I correct what you're talking, FISTA and LEDC? One thing I noticed as far as Festa, just observing, different companies has come here, so that means bodies have come to the city of Lawton. And with that being, when you have jobs, someone has relocated as far as jobs. We have individuals that's come to Lawton, possibly have bought homes. That's the type of revenue to the city of Lawton. You have a body that shop, that's revenue that's bringing to the city of Lawton. Have a body that go to different places here, movies, whatever it may be. That's bringing more money to the community. So basically what I'm saying is I've seen, I've been here since 2024, but what I've seen, Festa has grown just in those 4 years, which is bringing a lot here to the city of Lawton. I'm not for sure what all the LEDC has brought, because I can't really, it's not visibly that I can actually see. If somebody else can tell me, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, I mentioned this about me dealing with sociological theory when I was going in school, and when you look at sociological development, I see, I guess I've been here like 8 years in this seat, but before that, I've watched things for about 6, and we have come a long way, in a good way. We just put Firehawk out there. We've had other opportunities, and I think that we have had 2 entities that have been working the same goal, and people can say that there have been some economic development that we've had failure in, but I don't think any of it is failure. I think it is more creating opportunities, doing things that we're gonna learn. Planning is not an easy thing, and there's not a lot of planners that can plan way far out. So as we're going, we're kind of learning in our development. But in that, I think that I see the same thing, but in this nice, positive growth kind of way, we're kind of growing out of adolescence and into this mature community where those 2 entities, some could say, are going to collide, but they're not really going to collide. I see it more as a merge, working together and us developing into a new thing. I don't know if maybe I'm talking too sociological, woo-hoo, but I see things as a very, very good and vibrant thing with all the stuff that's going on in our community. And I think some of this discussion is about us growing up as a community and, continuing to take on the task of development, because I'm on the airport board, chairing that right now, and we just got a new building, and in my vision, I see some of the growth that's happening. We better have an airport here in our community. We're not going to be a Greyhound bus community. We're going to have an airport, but a bigger airport with more flights, because there's going to be more people here, more money here, more opportunity here. And in that, this whole economic development, $100 more a person, I think we're there. We're just at the cusp of that. And if you see it from me and some work that we're doing to try to increase and make our airport more viable to the airlines, hopefully, then we're gonna merge somehow in the development of how we bring industry here because when I was at Firehawk, right, I think that's huge, and it's developing, and it's part of LEDC and part of FISTA, and they're both kind of working together, and I see that the positive thing is going to be some type of effort or team effort that we come together and begin to grow and bring in more industry. I better stop there because I'm getting too.
Okay, hold on just a minute. It sounds like what I'm hearing is we need to look further into these water agreements the city manager's looking at. I don't know if that's something we do before the budget process is over. It sounds like the E911 and county agreements may be discussed. I think we're going to do that during peer review, right? Now, we also have other contracts where the county tells me we're not paying our fair share, like the juvenile detention. So we are trying to get together with the county. It's going a little slower than we anticipated, but we are trying to get together to look at all of those. Then it sounds like the council wants to look further into economic development. I'm trying to keep this up, and I feel like I missed one thing as it was being thrown around, but I'll go back and listen to the audio and see if I can find it. Mr. Warren?
I just wanted to mention, and maybe nobody else feels this way, but just because of some of the things that have happened semi-recently, when we sit down with the county and make these agreements, can we try to keep those completely financial and not do trades? Because trades become very difficult to unwrap later on. Things change, and
the only way you're going to control that for the future, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the only way you're going to control that is to put a council policy in place that says everything will be enumerated, right? So I encourage you to bring that. It makes sense. Now I want to get back to this fund balance, because right here on this deal it says special funds $9 million, but in my book it's under special funds is under general funds.
So special revenue funds on page 1 of your book, about halfway down. That includes drainage maintenance, CDBG, grant fund, Lawton Parking Authority, Mass Transit Authority, McMahon Authority, hotel motel, cemetery care fund, narcotics forfeiture fund, officer training fund, E911, cellular phone system, and TIF.
Thank you. You answered my question, or part of it, because those funds cannot be used for the general fund balance.
Correct.
Okay, is there anything else on this page that could be used in the event of emergency? Because that's the purpose of the fund balance. From what I read in the charter and from what I read in the code, the purpose is emergency. Is there any other money on here that can be used, counted towards that general fund balance and used in case of an emergency?
No.
What's other funds?
Other funds is debt service prior to 1972. That's the ad valorem money. The LIDA fund, municipal trust court fund, general fixed assets, license and permits, fringe benefits, and general employee retirement.
John, you mentioned, you went through that you were gonna, by attrition, eliminate some positions. Do
we cost that?
Yeah, did you
Yes.
cost that out?
Yeah, that was about 1.6 million that's not reflected in the general fund balance. So that would increase it to roughly 11 million.
Okay, I like this.
And Mayor, Chandra has a statement.
And that was based on a certain grade of an employee. So we used a base rate of an average. So That could be a very low number, but yes, 25 FTEs would equal 1.6 million. Yes, sir. So, sure. One of the things I wanted to bring up is these are projected expenses, projected revenues, expenses. John, in the last few months, and staff for fiscal year 2026 reduced the projections or the budget projections by 2.6 million. So John has put a lot of things in place, overtime, only spending essential expenses. So it's huge, 2.6 million in 3 months. And that was staff and John.
Okay, so are you telling me, I think what you're saying, I'm not sure, is that you're now projecting to not spend by the end of June 30 what you were previously projecting? And
No,
that
sir,
there
that-
might be a bigger fund balance
Sure.
from not spending as much between now and June 30? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Can you quantify that for me? And,
Yes.
and why did you guys not put it in the spreadsheet?
We did when we worked this, this every day is a fluid as far as expenses and revenue. So when we worked it, we did go back and have everybody, all the divisions, departments, update their projections. We can do it again next week and get more accurate to exactly what we're gonna be June 30th. To get these better in alignment of realistic, to get your 4 million, I mean, John just said 1.6 with 25 FTEs. We can see what we can come up with that.
Okay, I think it's legitimate, I think it's very legitimate to plan on eliminate positions and assuming 6 months on each one, because you assume they are evened out. I think that's legitimate. That gets you to 11. If our number is 14, if it's 15, 14.9, so it's 15 million. So we need to find 4 million. And what you're telling me is by next week, you can get new projections.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we can also add the positions through attrition, the calculation.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe
Thank you.
amended.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because my guess is we're not going to get done tonight. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm not wanting to stay till 10 or 11 o'clock. Now, I've got some other things to talk about here, and they are the fund balance, the outside water sewer agreements, county agreements, and economic development. And did I miss one thing that people were talking about?
Mayor,
LEDC?
That was economic development.
if we could tease out maybe next time the enterprise funds a little bit more. As I understand it, that was mostly a correction to how we were accounting. But I think if we could understand, not go back, but understand what that delta is, it might help clear up some of the numbers.
Okay, if we're happy at this point, and I'm not saying we're happy, but we've got some good questions to go discover. Are we ready to move into the peer review or what?
We are.
Okay, and we'll see how far we get, and I can already tell we're going to need another budget meeting. So I hope nobody's expecting to finish tonight. And we're on peer review.
So council, I just have a few comments before we get into the Pier 6 analysis, and this is just some perfunctory information. So just so everybody's tracking, our peers are, the peer cities that we compared ourselves to are Norman, Edmond, and Broken Arrow, the three larger cities, Midwest City, Moore, and Enid. Those are the three smaller cities. So last year, council directed this through a council policy, and staff has done an incredible amount of work on this because you're pulling budgets from 6 different municipalities. All of their budgeting methodologies are different. How they organize are different. So as you see these numbers and you see us compare ourselves to them, remember, this is not an exact science. This is kind of approximate. We had to have, in some cases, it took a lot of analysis and it took a lot of teasing to figure out like how to compare a division to another division in Norman. So it wasn't, in almost all cases, it wasn't an apples to apples comparison. So there was a lot of work that went into this to provide a meaningful comparison. So again, I just would encourage you to look at these numbers as approximate values, not as absolute numbers. Thank you. And we'll start with the clerk. Is that who we're starting with? Yes. Okay.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. I wanted to briefly provide some context regarding the City Clerk's Office benchmark comparison and specifically address the adjusted per capita numbers using the 2.1 CPI adjustment. Using those adjusted figures, Lawton's adjusted per capita salaries and benefits are approximately $5.01 per resident compared to a Pier City average of approximately $3.85 per resident. And that places Lawton approximately 30% above the Pier City average in salaries and benefits per capita. However, when looking at the overall adjusted budget per capita with the same 2.1 CPI adjustment, Lawton's total adjusted budget is approximately $5.99 per resident, while the Pier City average is approximately $6.28 per resident. So overall, Lawton's adjusted city clerk budget per capita is actually approximately 5% below the peer average. That distinction is important because it shows the issue is not the overall budget is unusually high. Sorry. I'm okay. Rather, Lawton allocates a larger portion of its budget towards staffing and personnel. To kind of explain for that, I would like to explain the load work of my office. Lawton facilitates 35 city council meetings during the comparison period. Most peer cities range between 15 and 16 meetings. Lawton supports 65 boards and committees. Lawton codified 44 ordinances during the same time frame. Most peer cities range between 7 and 17 ordinances. The office also processed 372 open records requests during the analysis period. We had an additional 124 in April and 50 more requests so far in May, which remains among the higher workload in the peer groups. At the same time, Lawton's staffing level itself is not excessive. Lawton has 5 employees, which equals approximately 0.57 employees per 10,000 residents. That is relatively comparable to several peer cities and lower than Enid. The data suggests that Lawton's higher staffing costs per capita are tied less to staffing excess and more to operational workload, legislative activity, board support responsibilities, and service expectations being handled by the office. I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, I'm kind of sitting here thinking maybe we need to look at our committees.
I would absolutely agree, and I have absolutely been doing that.
Okay. And it is pretty interesting that we've codified 44 ordinances to the others below 20. Kind of wonder, are they not doing their job or are we overdoing our job?
I can tell you, I've spoken with MuniCode, which is the software company that handles our online code book. We have a very large code book according to them, and we do have a very fluid code, so we change it frequently.
Say that last part again?
We have a very fluid code, so it changes often.
Mayor?
It does make me wonder if we're overdoing it, Randy.
I just had a quick question, because I know when we looked at support dollars that are going to all the different areas, not just the general fund, but is there, I know pretty much we record all of the meetings that the clerk's office actually takes minutes for. Is it, are we able to allow those entities to record their own, certify those, and give them to your office, and then electronically turn those into actual minutes?
I'm not entirely sure I understand what you're asking.
So you don't have to send an employee to youth sports?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, that does make sense to me. So if we can put a recording device in a meeting instead of having a clerk sit there. That is a possibility. There are a handful of committees that a clerk from the clerk's office has to be at that meeting and has to take the role and you know. But for some of the meetings that we don't necessarily have to do that, yes, placing a recording device and then using that recording device to transcribe to minutes, that is something that I could look into.
Good thought. Anybody else on clerk?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just want to clarify, Donna, you said that other cities do 15 to 16 meetings, and how many did you say we did? Council meetings?
During the year that I looked at, we did 35. And just for clarification on what that number is, for clerk, when we do a 5 o'clock D&D meeting and then a 6 o'clock council meeting, those are 2 separate meetings. And I count it that way because I post 2 separate agendas, do 2 separate notices, do 2 separate sets of minutes.
Yeah, not separate, not the number of days, but the number of
Yes,
actual
meetings.
individuals. Thank you.
So you counted all the transit trust, all the water authority?
Now, this was strictly city council and D&D.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm ready to move. Everybody else ready to move?
Okay, Cliff, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So in reviewing the data on the peer cities, one of the first things that becomes apparent is that Lawton Animal Welfare operates one of the largest and highest demand shelter systems among the peer cities. Lawton's total adjusted budget is approximately $1.24 million, which is slightly below the peer city average of approximately 1.34. Despite operating below the peer city average in overall funding, Lawton maintains a significant larger operational footprint than many other of the comparable cities. Our shelter has a functional capacity of approximately 166 animals. That includes 78 dogs, kennels, and 88 cat kennels. But in practice, however, we routinely house between 150 and 180 animals daily, often operating at above maximum capacity. Additionally, our monthly intake averages are between 400 and 500 animals. This is the highest intake volume among the peer cities. To put this in perspective, Norman operates a similar size facility with a capacity of approximately 160 animals, but it does so with 19 full-time employees and a total budget of over $2.16 million. Lawton currently operates with 12 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee with about $900,000 less in funding than Norman. Our staff will increase to 14.5 employees with the addition of the vacant field supervisor and the vacant animal control positions that we have available at this time. Another important comparison involves workload per employee. Lawton's intake ratio is approximately 336 animals per employee annually, compared to Norman's 168 animals per employee. This indicates that Lawton staff manage nearly double the intake workload per employee while operating with fewer personnel and substantially a smaller budget. Our current staffing level is 15 employees, which includes 1 director, 2 administrative personnel, 1 kennel supervisor, 4 animal control officers, 2 full-time kennel technicians, 1 part-time kennel technician, a licensed veterinarian, and a veterinarian assistant. Approximately 82% of our budget is dedicated to personnel cost. While this may seem initially high, it reflects the labor-intensive nature of animal welfare operations. Animal care, field responses, investigations, cleaning, medical treatment, adoptions, and euthanasia operations are all required, and they all require direct staffing to support that 7 days a week, 365 days a year. When compared with other cities, Moore spends more per resident than Lawton and operates at a higher service intensity despite fewer staff. Broken Arrow pays significantly higher salaries per employee, though their shelter operation is much smaller and shares duties among the staff. Midwest City operates an 80-animal facility with only 7 employees, but at less than half of Lawton's operational capacity. Edmond's structure is operationally the closest to Lawton's, though Lawton maintains nearly double the kennel capacity while serving a smaller population base. Another critical point is that Lawton's average cost per employee is approximately $69,500, which is actually below the Pierce City average of nearly $79,000 per employee. This demonstrates that our personnel cost remains comparatively efficient despite the heavy workload and operational demands placed on the staff. The analysis ultimately shows that Lawton Animal Welfare is not overly funded when compared to peer cities. In many respects, the department is operating leaner with similar sized programs while simultaneously handling one of the biggest and highest intake volumes and the largest shelter capacity among the peer cities. The challenge moving forward is balancing fiscal responsibility with operational realities. Continued reductions in staff, medical services, equipment, or kennel support functions will likely impact service delivery, increase response times, reduce animal care capacity, and place additional strain on an already highly utilized operation. And in summary, the data indicates that Lawton Animal Welfare is operating at a high level of efficiency relative to both funding and staffing when compared to peer cities. Despite having one of the highest workloads in the comparison cities, the department continues to maintain public safety, animal care operations, field enforcement, investigations, adoption of services, and veterinary support with resources that remain below or near the city's averages. And I'm open to your questions.
Well, I do have a question, but first I want to say thank you for what you guys do. Your team, under your leadership, has really made a difference over there with all that your department does, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
And it's perfectly, to me, perfectly understandable why you're just a little bit above, I don't know, that's about 8% or something above per capita on a per capita basis.
Yes, sir.
Why do you think we have more impounds, if I'm saying it right, than other communities?
So it's important to understand that Lawton not only takes in cats and dogs and things of that nature, we also take in wildlife that people bring into us. One of the problems is the number of animals that we have that are actually roaming the city. That becomes a problem with responsible pet ownership. We are working on some programs right now to do some low-cost spay and neutering programs to help the citizens and to actually reduce the number of animals that we're having stray in the city.
So are you telling me that other cities don't take in the same types of animals that you do?
I'm saying they may be taking in the same types of animals, but the number of animals that we have because of the rural nature of the surrounding areas, we find ourselves dealing with more coyotes, bobcats, owls, any kind of predator bird. We get those a lot, and then we have to move those up to rescue areas.
And Council and Mayor, animal welfare is also a good example of a department that has a larger scope than just Lawton. You guys routinely take in animals outside the city limits.
We do. We take in animals from Geronimo, Walters. Sometimes the county sheriff calls us when they have an issue that we try to help them out with because they don't have a place to put the animals.
So is there income associated with that?
In some cases, yes. In some cases, no.
Surely we wouldn't take in other municipalities' animals without.
We do have a contract with some of the other municipalities. Some of those animals come into our facility, and to be honest, sir, people aren't being very honest about where they're finding these animals. They find them and they bring them to us.
Okay, I get that. My reference was, we're kind of this deal, we're going to see how all of our county agreements go, and we're going to talk about water sewer. Sounds like we need to add animal welfare contracts with other municipalities as well.
We're looking into those as well, sir.
My big deal here is, are we doing, because I know a few years ago, before you took over, I was concerned about why we had such a big problem. And I noticed, I think, I'm going from memory, that always gets me in trouble, but bear with me, that part of your mission was education.
Yes, sir.
And it seems like we need to work on education of good pet management. I don't know how to say it, pet ownership. There's probably some term there for that.
Absolutely, sir. So, and we have been working with Caitlin on some of that stuff already. Our veterinarian is doing talks with Doc on multiple Mondays right now. We also have planned events that are coming up where we speak to the public in reference to responsible pet ownership, licensing, rabies vaccines, and things of that nature. We've already been hitting them about picking up stray animals and being bitten and things of that nature. So those are already being conducted now.
Okay, thank you. For me, Council, I'm satisfied with this.
I just had a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Because I lived through the putting it in place, but are we actively enforcing the bat ordinance?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay.
Anybody else? We're wondering what he said. What ordinance did you say?
The bat, he's talking about the bat permits.
BAT?
Bat.
Breeding, advertising, and transfer permit.
What is the bat ordinance?
It requires a citizen that wants to have a litter of animals to purchase a permit to sell them and advertise them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right.
I think we're good. We're ready for the next one. Arts and Humanities.
Okay, Jason.
There we go. Okay, I would say good evening, but we're actually at good night, Mayor and City Council. So as looking at the peer city analysis for the city of Lawton, one of the things that we see is that as we were putting this budget together, we were advised to look at just general funds, not look at hotel motel funds. So just looking at general funds, we run about right in the middle of our peer cities, with Norman being the high at 12.79 and then, you know, the low being around, you know, $6. And then we're right about at $10. But the big difference there is that you have cities like Norman, which of course, you know, OU and, you know, football, Boomer Sooner, is you have $1 million in hotel motel tax going to their Arts and Humanities Council out of hotel motel funds. And our office basically emulates what their office does. However, their office, or their city, also has an Arts and Humanities division within the city that serves several of the functions that our city does. When you look at a city like Enid, who is smaller than us, they have the Stride Right Center, which receives $1 million each year to support events and programming at the Stride Right Center, which it does hold more than McMahon Memorial Auditorium. But again, that's hotel motel funds going in. So when you go across the board, even though that we're a little bit higher than some of our peers, it really is that we're filling in gaps out of general funds that these other cities that have larger tourism fill in with hotel motel. The other big difference is that when you have entities, Moore, Broken Arrow, even Midwest City, you have a higher per capita income. When you have a higher per capita income, you have citizens who are more involved, or spouses of citizens who are more involved in their communities, which means you have more community entities running programs such as, like we have the International Festival, Freedom Festival, Holiday in the Park, but we're always at a struggle to find volunteers and, you know, citizen leadership. We have some amazing leaders out there, and, you know, some of them are on the dais right now that serve on those boards and committees, that are out there putting up lights, you know, and are out there, you know, helping to run events. And then we're actually looking at how do we hire on help to make these things happen. So when we look at, again, how we have a little bit more staff, a lot of the times it's, you know, my staff that will help out at those events, or like I said, you see the same citizens over and over again. So when we look at why the numbers might be a little bit higher than some of our peers, it really is because we have both the McMahon Memorial Auditorium Performing Arts Center, as well as what, you know, our department does in supporting festivals that are throughout the city. The other thing about, as far as the cost per employee, several of the entities in municipalities with higher socioeconomic status, their employees that are event specialists, they act more as liaisons, you know, to supporting and educating and making sure that the permitting process, and sometimes the event coordinator is also the person doing the permits. We're in the city of Lawton, we have the permits through Parks and Recreation, and then we have the events going on through Arts and Humanities. So there is some overlap there, and we had several meetings with Larry Parks in the Community Enrichment Department, and how our divisions or our departments complement each other and make sure that we're not, you know, duplicating efforts. I'm here for any questions. We have Freedom Festival coming up soon.
So I love all our festivals, and if there was a way to raise hotel motel, by the way, I stayed in Oklahoma City a couple weeks ago. I paid occupancy tax and hotel tax, or tourism tax. What? I'm wondering how ours compares. I'm wondering if we need to take a look at that, because I love that. Did you say Enid's hotel motel tax puts $1 million in the Stride Center?
Into the Stride Center, that's correct.
And that's out of hotel motel?
I will verify that. No, it is out of hotel motel. That's what I have. Yes, correct.
You know, they're half our size. They can't have as much hotel business as we do per capita. I'm sitting here listening to you talk, and I'm wondering if we're doing what we need to do with hotel motel tax. And so maybe we can look at that too. By the way, I love all the stuff you guys do. You do a great job. You and your team do a great job.
Appreciate it.
Anybody want to speak on this? Thank you, Jason.
All right, thank you.
Legal? Hey, that's you.
Thank you, Mayor. November 3rd, when I stepped into the city attorney's office full-time, I discovered a secret, I believe, within the city of Lawton and certainly within city government of Lawton, and that is the efficiency and the staff in the city attorney's office. I knew how many people we had. I knew the staff numbers that we have, and when I knew metrics, the mayor and I had had discussions, and so I knew that comparison to our peer cities was going to be an important part. So I started, we started early in looking at those comparisons. And I was really quite surprised to find that in some instances that our number of employees seemed to be a little bit higher until you drill down and start looking at what the responsibilities and duties are of the individuals who work in that office. Currently, the city attorney's office has allocation for five attorneys, one of which and one legal assistant are the city prosecutor and the legal assistant that works there. So of the 4 attorney positions in the office, as you all well know, we are down 1.5, with me trying to fill in as I can. The only reason that work gets done, and I think every one of us as the lawyers would tell you, is because of the incredible staff that we have. They are either certified as legal assistants receiving the National Association certification, or they are paralegals and even reaching advanced paralegal status, which allows a lot of legal work to be done and prepared and research using AI, Westlaw. Sorry, we're lawyers. We don't use Claude that much. We use Westlaw. But it allows work to be accomplished without having all of the lawyers in there. My comparison with other cities is that our staff does a lot more than what our peer cities do in their legal department. So it wasn't even just comparing apples to oranges. Sometimes it was to broccoli or zucchini, because it was so very different from what we do. Every single city department has touched the legal department since I've been here. And we have done our best to get things out, but the staffing shortage that we have from an attorney position makes it harder, quite frankly, because I'm not up to speed with the history Tim has and the things he's been able to work on, or Garrett, as we are sending him more and more to handle cases that are filed in Comanche County. So that we can try to train him up, because he wants to do that, as well as us to do better. So while Donna Lynn talked about the large numbers of committees, please remember that the legal often attends those meetings as well. We have, and heard discussion about open records. I don't think people really understand, the police department understands, because they receive requests for open records frequently, but the legal department is the one who does the redaction. And then we have somebody, and we have one of our assistants spends 5 to 6 hours a day redacting open records. And then either one of the attorneys or one of the senior legal assistants spends 2 to 3 hours a day double checking what was done earlier that's about to go out, because you don't want to make a mistake on an open record. And so we are very careful about that. We do a lot of the property work that may be handled in other departments, as you can read under the peer analysis. We have, in January, we had 7 open federal court cases, and at one point we had almost 70 state level court cases. Some of those are workers' comps or claims or different things that we've been able to settle. So I'm here to tell you that from a peer analysis, you all are doing great in the legal department at the City of Lawton.
So I also want to comment that with all of the CIP projects we have, And we learned when we went and made a presentation of all our projects to the Municipal Contractors Association, I can't remember exactly what that was. We learned that, Rusty made that, we learned that we have an amazing number of capital projects, and every one of those requires legal review and legal input, some of them more than others, like the sports complex. I think it took a lot. And I get that budget also includes your outside services, right?
Correct.
Professional
Correct.
contracts, and it seems like we have more than our share of lawsuits.
I wish
So-
I could tie it to the number of ordinances, but I haven't been able to do that yet.
Does anybody want to say anything on legal?
Or if you have more in-depth questions, Megan handles the budget and is the office coordinator, so she's here with details.
And so I personally think y'all do a great job. And I know this aggressive council throws a lot of stuff on every department really, but the legal department and the clerk touch everything. So finance too, I guess. I'm gonna get in trouble for leaving somebody out. Oh, and the city manager, look at him. Okay, we better move on before I get in trouble. Up next, library. Thank you, guys. Yeah, Megan, you did a good job. Hello.
Hello, good evening. So when you look at our peer analysis, we really just have one city to compare to, Enid. And we showed up a little high on the staffing side, but overall, our budget was comparable to Enid's. So in Oklahoma, you have two different kinds of libraries. You have library systems, and then you have municipal libraries. And so of the 6 peer cities, 5 of those peers are systems. And so the municipalities typically own those library buildings and pay for some maintenance, but it's apples to oranges, so there's really not a lot to compare. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. You're telling me Enid is the only of the peer cities that has a city run?
Correct.
What do these other cities do for libraries? I
They're
get you've got some
systems.
wording on Norman. It sounds like they're part of a county system or something?
There's systems and multiple county systems. Tulsa City County is one county system, but Pioneer is several counties, and then Metro is Oklahoma County, including the whole Oklahoma City and Enid or Edmond.
So Norman's contribution for being a part of the Pioneer system is $632,000 compared to our $1.7 million spend.
So
Yeah, hold on just a minute. And Moore adds $23,000 for the same system. Where is that one library located at one place?
So Pioneer has a lot of libraries throughout their place. They get ad valorem from multiple counties, and they staff all of their libraries, and they spend a lot of money at those libraries. They try to get each city to it's typically the cities own the buildings and maintain them or partially maintain them. It's not always, some cities pay more to maintain their buildings, and sometimes the system pays more. But, for the year that we looked at, this is what Norman and Moore were paying in their budget for their library. So if we were to have a Comanche County library system, we have 3 public libraries in Comanche County, Enid, Elgin, Cache, and Lawton. The idea is that the city would still own the building and maintain the building.
So,
So it's really hard to do some peer comparison.
So Enid's the only thing you could compare to. I
Yeah.
guess you could compare to per capita. Norman spends $494.
Well, if you look at the bottom on the staffing analysis and you see the, the $62 and the $66 and $64, we had access to a lot of the system budgets, so we could see overall, and you could do the per capita, just a division, but we know that the Norman libraries have more staffing than Purcell. Purcell's a smaller library, and so, it's hard to dive into their calculations because it's a different type of system. And they have a lot of system-wide administration. So it would be a person that handles the whole system on a specific topic. They have an HR director for the whole system, not just for the Norman Library or the Moore Library.
Well, I love our library, but if you're looking at peer analysis, you kind of have to wonder. The per capita has got a concern, but I love our libraries. Anybody have any comments? And we've got a library at tomorrow committee that's looking at it, so.
I will tell you that we did a little bit of analysis through the Oklahoma Department of Libraries, and they had the 24 data, so that's the latest they had. And we are the 7th lowest per capita spending for operational expenses out of 126 libraries, and we're the 8th lowest in staffing expenditures out of 25 libraries. So
I wonder if there's any way to start one of those library systems here, just for economies of scale. I'll tell you something else I wonder about, and Randy's want to talk. I'm going to let him talk, and then I'm going to tell you something else.
Well, I have three things. One of them was one of the things that I read about that would be pretty interesting, because everything outside of Lawton basically is rural until you get to Chickasha. So all those counties, pretty much rural. And the ability of one of these entities would be to place like a Starlink at maybe a volunteer fire department, where people could have access to the internet that don't normally have access to the internet, or access to library functions that don't normally right now. Plus, they'd also be able to do like a bookmobile type thing where they don't have in some of these areas. The other thing was, are we currently budgeting for any kind of duplicated services? And by that, I just mean, are we budgeting still for, and I know that you're working with Vista a lot, but are we budgeting for like STEM equipment, things of that nature? Or are we just going to use what they've got at the Vista?
So really, there's no city funds being used for STEM activities. That's coming through grants, and the Friends have been generous in some of those activities. But yeah, city funds are used for staffing and for our essential expenses.
And the second part of that was, and I don't ever get library emails, but I got 2 people that emailed me today about, you posted on Facebook something about
Hoopla and the Branch.
Hoopla going away.
Hoopla, yeah.
Is there a reason that Hoopla went away? Evidently, that's like a thing.
It is. It breaks my heart. So it's not in this spreadsheet here, but when you do a peer analysis of Enid and then the whole per cap, to have a comparable book budget, and when I say book budget, that's our books, our ebooks, our databases, that's just our materials that people utilize. And we would have a $184,000 book budget, which would be a nice, robust book budget to buy things for our community. Hoopla is a pay-per-use, and we're hitting about $5,000 a month for checkouts. And so we don't have 60,000. And in fact, we have 15,000 for next year from the city for books. So we're really struggling with that. And we had to make a hard decision to slow that down.
And that was the one thing that kind of got my attention was, because I thought that was the case. I didn't think it was a one-time fee. I thought it was a per-use fee that we were paying.
If we had a solid budget, we would totally, it is such a popular thing, but we don't have the 60,000.
To me, it seems like that's what people are using. And so shouldn't that be what we fund, is what they're actually using rather than not funding what they're using?
Well, and we're going to cut some databases, and there's other things that, I mean, we would put as much money in it, but the problem is, we thought, oh, we'll just reduce, you can check out 4 items a month. Then we were up to 6 or 8, and then we were down to 4, and we're like, well, you get to check out 1 item a month, and we have so many people using it that even 1 item a month, we don't have the money for it. I mean, it's that popular, and so we had to do something.
Yeah, Councilman Warren, these are just, this is what all of the departments have had to, they've had to look at their expenses and make tough cuts, and we would love to keep Hoopla, but we just can't afford it.
And unfortunately, book grants are really hard to get. There's grants for a lot of things, but book grants are just not.
All you folks out there, I ask.
I see we have 17 employees. I know the last library meeting that we were in, you were saying you're possibly going to lose 3 individuals. Are those going to be replaced? Because the average income, I'm seeing 62,000. So if you don't replace them, we'll save $188,403.
We're going to replace one of those 3.
And one of the reasons to temporarily reduce the branch hours is because they were all 3 resigning at the same time. And we're coming into June, which happens to be our busiest month of the year. Kids are out of school, and we are just jam-packed with lots of activities and lots of kids, and it makes sense to reduce the branch hours and make sure we provide those services overall.
You guys are the grant-gettingest people I've ever seen. Are your grants included in this number?
No, this is general fund money. This is general fund money,
Grants aren't general fund?
not
No.
generally.
No.
Okay, now, I want to tell you something, because here I am gonna try to expand your mission, because there's something about a library that makes me think about reading. I don't know what it is, but early childhood reading and catching up reading is so vital to we have a 20% poverty rate, something like that. I read different numbers, 19, it's a bunch, right? And the only way we're not only gonna change those kids' lives, but change our community is to help those kids ultimately economic mobility, but also keeping them out of the juvenile justice system is so important.
Absolutely.
And Dr. A.J. Griffin sent me some information today about how and I'll get all that to you, and we're probably going to talk about this some more, because not only does it increase keep them out of jail, it increases their graduation rates quite a bit, which is very important. We have a very high dropout rate in our community. And so, but here's the neat part. If it keeps kids out of jail and increases the graduation rate, I think it potentially, we might have changed the ordinance, but it potentially could fit youth and family affairs money. That's what that money's for. And according to the information I got today from Dr. Griffin, it also qualifies for CDBG funds. So it's something we need to look into, and I know we're not gonna solve it tonight, but I needed to get it out on the table, okay? I love our library, and I love all those kids down there, especially June and July, keep them out of trouble. Anybody else?
I just had a question. When will you lose the Hoopla service, or have you already gotten rid of that?
We announced May 26th, right after Memorial Day, so check out your books over the weekend.
And I believe you have an alternate.
Yes,
You have a second service?
We still have Libby, and, but it's just not as,
No, it's not.
it's not as nice, but we do have Libby. We'll push that and hopefully spend some money, more money on that. And, you know, if somebody gives us $60,000, we'll fire it back up again. We want to keep it, we just,
Okay, thank you.
thanks.
Okay. I'm either gonna ask for a motion to adjourn now or after we get through with courts. Which would y'all prefer?
Courts won't take long, Mayor.
Okay, we're gonna do courts.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Hi.
Hello. I'm here to speak on the adjusted number of staff. The municipal court's adjusted staffing exceeds the Pierce City's average of 9. The variance is attributed to differences in operational scope, regional service demands, organizational structure, customer service expectations, and allocation of court-related responsibilities rather than simple overstaffing.
Jillian?
Yes.
I don't think some council members know you, so why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm Jillian Allison. I'm the Director of Municipal Court. Sorry. I don't get up here very often. The staffing comparison excludes alternate judges for our peer cities, which affects the overall averages and should be clearly noted. Our municipal court staff includes 3 alternate judges, which increases our number of staffing from 8, which is below average, to 11. The alternate judges do not receive any benefits and are only utilized on an as-needed basis. If you look at our average salaries and the total budget compared to our peer cities, we are significantly lower than our peer cities. Enid and Edmond have 2 judges compared to our 4. Midwest City and Broken Arrow have 2 part-time judges. Moore has only 1 judge, and Norman has 4 judges, but none of which are included in their staffing. That's all I have.
So, recently got briefed on some things over there, and I think we do a good job. And this is really just pennies above the average, so for me, we're in pretty good shape. Now, does this include, I'm wondering if y'all are self-supporting, because I know you charge people court fees, right?
We do, yes.
And so is this 730,000 total budget, is this, do you bring that much in?
Yes, yes, we do.
Okay, works for me. Yes, Randy.
And just a quick question. Are any of the peer cities courts of record, or are they all like us?
No, they're all like us.
Okay.
Okay, man, I like that. You bring in money. Anybody else? Do I hear a motion to adjourn? Thank you. Motion and a second, please call the roll.
Hooton. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.